This is a decentralized application where you can organize voting, create candidate, create voters, and they can give vote to each other. This application is very simple. You can connect your wallet, and from here you can log into the application. Simply type your MetaMask credential and click on unlock. Here you are back into the application. You can able to find the number of candidate, number of voters. From here you will have all the pages of this application. So currently we are on home. From here you can able to register candidate. This is how the page would look. From here you can able to create voters who can give vote, and let's create candidate. Simply click on here, upload the image of the candidate, type the name of the candidate, Daulat Hussain. Simply type the address, type the text, and click on authorize candidate. MetaMask pop-up will open, and here you are making contact with your smart contracts. So all you have to do is to simply click on confirm, and here you have registered one candidate in this application for voting context. Here you can see you can able to find the name, ID, details, account address, and the total vote they have got. Now let's come here, let's create a voter who can give the vote. Open up your MetaMask. So I'm taking this account, open it, type the name, I'll call it voter1, type the address, and with this address they can easily able to log into the MetaMask and they can give vote. Okay, only this address, and they can type their positions. It's a kind of message. Let's call it first voter and click on authorize voter. Come here. Here we are making the communication. Let's click on confirm. Here we are on voter page, and we are created successfully our first voter. So we have one candidate, we have one voter, and you can see currently the status is not voted. So this voter is not given the vote to anyone. Okay, so let's click here and let's go to the home page, and now as you can see we have one candidate and one voter. Let's close this one and let's give vote. Okay, so as you can see the account number 5 we have assigned as a voter, and I have logged into my MetaMask with the account number 5. Let's come here, click on give vote. Here we have MetaMask. We are communicating with our smart contract and click on confirm, and here we have given the vote to this candidate. So he got one vote. The state is also got changed. The voter is already voted, that's why the state is different. You already voted. So this is how the application would work. There is a lot of things are going on. If you try to click one more time, we will get this error message, you have already voted. Reload the browser. And this application is 100% responsive for all the devices. What you will learn in this project: how to write smart contract, how to audit smart contract, testing smart contract, verifying smart contract, and smart contract data structure. You will learn about folder and file structure. You will learn about React.js, Next.js, React context API, state management, and connecting smart contract. And finally we're going to build a responsive design and deploy this entire application to the Cowin text network. So I hope you would enjoy this project, and the starter files are already provided to you. Simply visit daulathussain.com. On the blog section you will find the very first article, and from there you can download the starter file of this project and start building your first decentralized application. Here I am back in Visual Code Studio, and for this project what I have done, I have created an empty folder, and that's the only thing I have done. Open up your terminals, and now we're going to create our Next.js app. Okay, simply type npx create next app / and this will open up in the same directory. Okay, so this process will take a little bit time. So here the installation process is completed, and on the right hand side you can find couple of folders and files. So as you can see, we have a get, we have a node modules, we have page, we have public, we have style. Simply clear your terminal and come here, delete this readme file and go to the style folder. Just delete this slin because we don't want to do any slin configuration in this project. Okay, so I will simply delete this one. Open up your CSS file, delete this file, home modules, because we're going to create our own CSS file. Okay, Now let's come to the pages and delete this API folder. Close this one and come to index.js. Simply bring this down and select all and remove, and simply type RAFCE and change this to home and type home. Simply come here, everything's look good. Now create a folder by the name components and create one more folder, and this will call inside the component folder. We're going to create another folder, NavBar, and inside the NavBar folder we'll create a file navbar.jsx, and we'll also create one more file called navbar.modules.css. So in Nextjs we have to add this extension called modules in our CSS file. Okay, so make sure you add that in all your CSS file. Inside the component folder we're going to create a couple of folders. So for this we'll call card, and inside the card we'll create card.jsx and card.modules.css. Close this one, create one more folder, this will call input. Now create input.jsx, now input module CSS. Inside the component we have to create one more, and this will call button and button.jsx and button CSS file CSS. One more we have to create, this will call voter card and voter card.jsx and voter card module.css. So these are the reusable component we're going to use throughout this entire applications. So let's close all of this. Come here, cut this all. This one, this one, this one. So component is ready. Everything is looking good. We have both CSS file and JSX file. Let's close this, come to context and create a file by the name constants. In this we're going to keep our ABI of our contract, smart contract. Okay, so let's call JS. Let's create one more name called voter JSX, and in this we're going to make all the API calls, and in this voter.js we're going to communicate with our smart contract and pass the data. Okay, all the logic would be inside this voter.js. Simply close this one, click on pages, and we have to create the pages which we're going to use in this project. Okay, so first page will create voter list.js. Simply type RAFC, close this one, create one more page, and this will call allow voter. From this page we're going to register new voters.js RAFCE, and here we have to make the changes. Remove this, type V, and here we have to change V. Now we have to create one more page. Click here, one more, and this will call candidate registrations.js. Simply RAFC and do the changes here. Select all and remove that together. So here we have all the pages which we need in this application. Okay, we have app, we have allow, we have candidate, we have index, we have voter list. So everything's looking good. Let's close this one, come to CSS, come to style folder, and let's create the style CSS style file for each of these pages. So first would be index.module.css, and the second one is, close this one, second one is going to be voter list module.css, close. Third one is allowed voter dot modules.css. okay, and all the pages, everything's look good. So we have created all the pages, all the CSS file, all the files and folder structure for this project. Okay, let's open up your terminal, and now we have to install Hardhat. that will allow us to build our smart contract and communicate our smart contract with front-end applications. And we're going to use Hardhat for testing purpose. Okay, so open up your terminal, and here you can see here we have a couple of packages in our package.json file. So all the dependency which is get installed when you created Next app. Okay, so from here we're going to remove couple of packages because we are not using slint in this project, so we need to remove those packages. So this package we need to remove. Simply open up your terminal and type npm uninstall and simply give the name of the package, so slint, and remove it. Copy this one, we don't need these also, and same thing, remove it. Okay, and the reason why I'm doing it because I want to start from the clean environment, and that will give you a good idea that how you should be working. Okay, you can only have those packages which you actually using in your project. So we have successfully installed the packages, and now let's bring this up, and now we have to install the Hardhat. Okay, so type npx hardhat init because I have already installed Hardhat in my computer. So I would simply type this. If you haven't installed, simply type npm hardhat and install. It will install in your computer. It's very easy. Let's start. And here you can see I'm going to create simple JavaScript project. Okay, you have a lot of configuration here, but I'd go with the normal one, although it's a very simple project. So hit create, and yes, and here we have to select this. Okay, we need to install these packages. Okay, copy this one, clear your terminal, cls, and paste and hit enter. This will install the Hardhat, all the dependency which Hardhat needs exactly to work. So finally we have installed all the dependency for Hardhat. So we have installed all the things, and here you can see that npm audit fix, don't need to worry about it. Okay, so we have installed successfully, and here we have Hardhat config file. Okay, simply remove this, and here we have to set the network because we're going to use local host for testing our smart contract. Okay, so here what I have done, network Hardhat, and the chain ID is 1337. So make sure you provide this, and we are getting an error. So let's fix this. Let's keep this bracket, remove this with comma, and now we are ready to go with this. So this is the single configuration you have to do in your Hardhat config file. Okay, so make sure you do all this, otherwise you're not able to continue in your actual project. Okay, so we have our Hardhat config file ready. Simply close this one, and here you find that in the script, so once you initialize your Hardhat, a couple of folders will get created. Okay, so here we have a couple of folders. So we have a script folder. Inside the script folder we have a deployed file. So this deployed file we're going to use to deploy our smart contract. Okay, so remove these comments. Okay, so this will all make a lot of sense. Okay, right now I'm taking through this structure of this project because later down we're going to focus only on the smart contract and building the logic. Okay, so all the setups we are doing right this moment. So here we have simply remove this comment as well, and we don't need this part as well. You can keep it, but I don't like it. Okay, so here our deploy file is also ready. We need to remove this portion as well because we don't need that. Okay, so this deploy file is ready. We can simply use it. Let's close this one, and let's come here. In the contract you can find that when you install Hardhat, it will create a demo contract file. Okay, so we actually don't need this. We're going to create our own. Simply click and delete this folder file, and just wait. So let's create a new file inside the contract, and this we call it voting contract dot sol. Make sure you give this extension. Okay, and this we're going to write our smart contract. Okay, simply close this one and close this one. So we are done with the entire folder and file structure for this project. So we have created folders, we have created files, and we have done all the configuration for this project. Okay, now open up your terminal and type npm run dev because we want to check our application whether it's working or not. So npm run dev, and simply click on this 3001, your application. As you can see, we are successfully opening our application on localhost 3001, and here you can see home. So now let's start working on our application. So first click on the page folder and click on index.js. Just open up your terminal, okay, and type npm run dev, run our application on localhost 3000. Click on this, and here we have opened our application on our browser. Everything is working fine. Come back, bring this down. Now click on this contract, open the voting contract file, click on this style, and let's do a global CSS styling. Okay, so let's come here and provide a background color, background image linear gradient to right, hex 2D0036, hex 4F015B, hex 30283, hex 9A02AC, hex C400D7. So these are the primary color for our project. Now let's come down, height 100 VH, width 100 VW, overflow hidden. So here, this is how it will look. Simply close this file, go to this contract full file, and let's start working our contract. So first we'll give the license spdx license identifier unlicensed. Now we give the compiler version Solidity 0.8.9. Now simply import the packages which we need in this project. So here we are using OpenZipling counter. So we want to keep the track of every candidate and every voters. For that we are going to use this counter from OpenZipling, and we have also using Hardhat console, so we can see the logs in our console. Let's create a contract and call it create. Inside that we're going to use counter from counter and counter. So this is how we have to use the plugins which we use in our smart contract. So first we have to use the keyword using, then we have to define the contract counter and what function we want to use inside that contract. So make sure you give the same name. Come down, we'll use this counter, counters.counter, and I keep it public so we can call it outside the contract, and I call it voter ID. This will also be a counter public for candidate ID. Now let's come down, let's take a address, and this will be public, and we're going to create a address for the voter organizer, the one who will deploy this contract. So voting organizer. Now let's start working on the candidate. We'll define the struct and we can call it candidate. First we'll take the unt for the ID, candidate ID. Now we'll take a string, and here we're going to save the name. So the reason why I'm taking age as a string, you can take it as a number, but I'm going with this way. Okay, you can take it as a number, no problem in that. We'll take name, we'll take the image, because we also upload the image from IPFS and we're also going to add the image in our smart contract. Okay, now we'll take the unt, and inside that we take the voter count, so how many votes the voter is getting, and now we have to take the address of the candidate, and now the last one is going to be IPFS. So this IPFS will contain all the information about this single candidate. So what we will do, we'll upload the entire data of this candidate to the IPFS, and from there we're going to fetch and add as a URL. So if anybody wants to look at the details about this candidate, they can simply visit the link, and there they will find all the details like candidate ID, age, name, image, voter count, address. So that's the idea I'm just going with. So we are done with the candidate. Now let's come down, and we have also do the event. So create event, because event is a very cheaper way to save data on the blockchain. So I'm just creating this event. So simply copy this and paste here. Let's assign an index, and let's select this part and select all these and remove with this comma, and the last one we don't have it. Okay, so that's our event. Let's come down. Let's take an address. It's gonna be an array and candidate address. So all the address of the candidate we're going to store inside this address. We'll do the mapping. So I'll call it address and candidate public, and this will call candidates. Let me give this comment end of candidate data. Okay, now let's start with the voter details, voter data. Let's come down. We'll take address and it will be public voter voters. Now one more address, public, and it would be voters address, and we have to do the mapping. So I'm going with the address, so voter and public, and this will call voters. Now let's create the struct for the voters. So let's call it voter. So first we'll take the unt for the id, voter slash voter id, string voter name, again string. We'll take voter image. We'll take address, call voter dash address, address. Now we'll take a unt. It will call voter allowed. So we want to keep the track of the voter, that whether the voter is given the vote or not, or whether he or she is authorized to give the vote. So that's why I have taken this allow variable. You will see everything when we plug everything together. Now boolean, and this for is voter voted. So whether the voter is already voted or not, that will keep the track of this boolean. Okay, and we'll take another unt. This will call voter vote, and the last one is going to be string. It's called voter IPFS, which contain all the information about the voter. So we are done with the voter struct. Let's come down. Let's create the event for the voter created, and simply we're going to paste it, and we have to assign an id, sorry, index, and simply replace all this with comma. So this is the voter and event and struct. Let's come down. Let's give this comment end of voter data. Now we have to create the constructor. So what we have to do is we have to set the inside the constructor, we're going to set the organizer. So voting organizer is the message or sender who will deploy the smart contract. So simply come down. This is our construct. We'll take a function. This will call set candidate. Now let's create the function for the set candidate. Inside that we need address. We'll call it address. We'll take string and memory. It will dash age. And the reason why I'm taking the variable name like this dash age, because I don't want to create any name conflict, because the same name we have in our struct. So it's better to take this dash notation in your data. Okay, again memory, and this will call name. We'll have a string, and this will call memory. It's an image, string memory. It's a IPFS. Just provide this bracket. Now let's come this public. So this is the function, all the inputs we're going to receive in this set candidate. So first required, so we have to do some conditions. So voting organizer is the one who going to create this candidate. Okay, so that's the very first check we have to do. If someone else call this function, we have to say only organizer can create the voters, sorry, candidate. So that's the very first check. So let's come here, and I think I misspelled, and simply paste here. So this is the very first check we have to make in set candidate. Let's come down and let's take the ID, this one, and now we're going to use the increment function. So every time we'll create a user, this number will keep updating. Simply click on this and you will come to the plugin. So here is the function, complete function of the package we are using in our smart contract. As you can see, It has three functions. So the very first function we have is current, second one is increment, where we are increasing the number, and the third one we have is decrement. Okay, so this is the counter package, this counter package we are using. Okay, this one plus, let's close this one. Now let's store into a variable called id. I'll call it id number, and where we're going to pass this candidate id current. This current function will give the current id number which we're going to assign. So let's call it candidate storage, and let's call it candidate with a small c, candidates, and we will pass the address. Okay, that's the address we receive from the user, that's we're going to pass it here, and this is how we are mapping. Come down, let's take a candidate dot age, and we're receiving the age from the user. As you can see here, we have defined all the properties of the candidates, and that's what we are providing here. Let me close this one. As you can see, this is the index, this is the age. So that's all the value we're going to assign one by one. So let's remove this to name. This will call name, replicated, this will call candidate id, and here we have to pass the id number. Let's replicate it. This will call image, and this one is also image, replicated. This one is voter count. Initially it will have 0, and let's assign an address. Let's call it address. This one is IPFS. So here we got all the data, and we have updated our struct. Let's come down, and now we'll take that id candidate address, and I'm going to push all the addresses of every single candidate in this candidate address. Okay, so here we have the array, and that we are pushing. Let's come down. Now we have to emit the event, so we have to pass all the properties. So here we have the properties. Make sure whatever order you have defined in your event, the same order you have to assign, follow here, otherwise it will throw an error. So order is matter when it's come to emit. So this is going to be a number, this one is the age, name, image, and this one is a candidate vote. This one is a IPFS. I think everything's look good. So I'm maintaining so make sure follow the same order. So we have followed the order. So we are done with that set candidate function. So this is the data we are taking, first check, then we are incrementing, then simply creating a copy. And the reason why I have taken the storage variable, because we are changing the state variable of our smart contract. Okay, so this function will change the state variable of our smart contract. That's why I have used the keyword storage. And when you don't change the state variable, in such cases we use memory keyword, because memory keywords allow us to create a copy of our smart contract that can be only execute during the function. So once the function get over, that data will not update it. Okay, so that's what you have to keep in mind, that what is the difference between storage and memory. So we are creating the copy, we are updating that, and we are emitting. So we are done with this. Let's close this one. Now let's come down. Let's create another function for get candidate public, and we have to use view and return, and in that we have to return address, all the address, and it's gonna be a memory. And I have used the memory keywords because address is my state variable, and I want to create a copy of it in this function, because I'm not updating my state variables. That's why I've used the view keyword. Will return, and it will call it candidate address, so it will give me all the address which we have created as a candidate. Okay, now we'll create another function, and this will call candidate length, so it will give me the length of the candidate we have in this contest. Return, and it's gonna be a number, so that's why we have to take unt return, and it will call candidate address dot length. This function will give me the length of the candidate. Now let's come down. Let's create another function, and this will call get candidate data. So this function will allow us to fetch every single data about a single candidate. So we have to pass address, and it will be a public view because we are checking the state variable. Now we have to return it and all the values. So let's remove this one, okay, bracket, and inside this we have to define all the properties, all the value of the candidate which we want to retrieve from this function. Okay, so we will pass the address in this functions, and on the base of that we're going to extract all the data. So first thing, we need a string, and it's a memory. Then second one is also a string, memory. Third one is unt string and memory, and it's again unt string memory address. So all the data we are trying to extract from about this user. So we are trying to extract all the data about this candidate, and that's what we have passed here. So here you can see these are the details we want to take. Let's give the bracket, we'll return it, we'll take the candidate. So this is the candidate in which we have the data. We have to pass the address, and we have to pass the property which we want to take. So name simply, for this is for name, this one is for candidate ID, this one is for image, this one is for voter count, and this one is for IPFS, and this one is for address. So here we are taking all the data of this candidate. So let's assign this comma. So here how it's look. So but we are getting this error. Okay, so let's try to fix it. So it's saying, okay, still we are getting error. Let's move ahead and work on the voter section. We'll see what's the problem. So okay, this is good, everything's working fine. Now we don't have the error. Let's call it function voter right, and this function will allow us to create voters who can actually give vote in this voting context. Okay, so the parameter we're going to pass is the address. We'll pass the string memory, it's gonna be a name. Then we have to pass another string, it's gonna be image. Then we have to pass another string, it's gonna be call IPFS. Let's assign a space, and it's gonna be a public, so we can call outside of this contract, and we have to do some check. Okay, so the condition is going to be for this voting context that only a contract owner can create the voters. Okay, so that's the check we have to do. So voting organizer equal to message.sender. So whoever will call this function, it has to be the organizer. If it not the organizer, then we have to display this message, only organizer can create voter. Okay, so let's come down and let's create a voter ID because we want to keep that increment, and we're going to use the increment function. So let's come here, we are still getting this error. Let's close all this tab, and this one is the ID which we are incrementing whenever we create the voter. Now let's take a unt, it will call ID number, and you guys know the drill. The same thing we have to follow here as well. So voter ID current, and still we are getting the error in this function get candidate functions. So what's the problem? Let's come here, let's open this, we have the order perfect. Okay, here we have this comma, just remove that and just remove the comma from the address. Okay, this is how it should be, and now I think we don't have the error. As you can see, the error is gone. So remove the two commas, one from the last address and one from the bracket. Now let's close this one, let's come down. Now we'll take the copy, it's gonna voter storage voter. So voters, inside that we'll pass the address, and now we have to update the fields. So first we have to do another check before we create the voter. So the check would be voter allowed, it has to be 0 equal to 0, okay, and that 0 mean that the user is not already registered on the contest. So if account is registered, so the entire funda of doing this check, that whenever we register a voter, we'll assign a allowed value to 1, and that's one we're going to deduct once the candidate give the vote. So when we create a new voter, they will have as a allow property to 1. So that's how we are doing the check. Okay, so let's format this. Now take voter dot allow is equal to 1, because initially the first voter would have 0 and we have to update that to 1 so we can make that check. Okay, we'll have to simply come down and name this to name, and this will be name, this will be image, and this one is also image, address, ID number, voter ID, voted, and this one is initially it would be, so initially it would be 1000 for being the safe side. Okay, I just gave this random number, and the last one is going to be false, and this one is voted, and this one is going to be a IPFS and IPFS. So here we are updating all the data about the voters and assigning all the values. Let's come down, and now we have to push the address, voter address dot address. So here we have the array, and that we are having all the address of the voters. So in that, come down, and now we have to emit that event. So we'll call voter create, and make sure you have to follow the same order as you have defined in your emit event. Sorry, here we're going to be number, this would be name, this would be image, and this would be address, and copy this one. I think this one, I think something wrong. Let's come back. So number, age, image, and this one is allowed, and this one is address, and now we have to come, simply copy this one. We have to put all this together. Simply copy this, paste. Now copy this one, paste. Now copy the IPFS only, and here we have all the data of that event. So far everything's good. We have successfully created our voter right function. So here is the check, here is all the data and the event. Let's close this function. Let's come down. Now let's create the function for vote. For that, we're going to take the address of the candidate, and we're going to take the ID of the candidate. We're going to take these two data to make the vote happen. Okay, voter ID, candidate vote ID, it's gonna be external function, so anybody can call outside this contract. It's gonna be a voter storage, and again voter, and we have to follow the same thing. In that, we're going to pass the message.sender. So whoever will call this function, we're going to take that account, and we're going to compare and create a copy of it. Okay, let's come down. We have to do one check. So voter, so you have already voted. So here what we are checking, that initially we are assigning voter voted to false, but here we are going to opposite. So if it's true, that means the voter is already voted, but if it's not true, then they can give the vote. So that's the very first check. Then one more check we have to do is voter dot voted allow, it has to be not equal to 0. Okay, and here we have to type you have no right to vote. So if an account has a 0 allowed, that means he's not registered or he has already given the vote. We'll take the voter slash voted to true. Okay, we have to turn it to true, and now we have to take that voter dot vote, that's going to be equal to candidate vote id. Okay, so this will allow us to keep the track that which voter give vote to which candidate. Okay, so that's why we're going to make this track. We'll take another voted voter dot push, and in that we're going to pass the address. So here we are taking the track of all the account which has already given the vote, okay, in a form of array. So here, come up here, we have that address. Now we'll take that candidate address, and that we're going to pass the candidate address, and it's gonna call vote count, and we want to increase the candidate voter count. So voter allowed. So voter voter number is going to be added to the candidate count. That's the simple logic. So with this, we are done with this entire voter function. First we are taking the candidate address, then we are taking the id, and this is the first. So here we are taking a copy of our voter struct, and here we are checking the condition, then we are updating the data and making the vote happen. Okay, so everything is ready, look good. Close this one, come down, let's create another function, and this will call get voter length public. It's gonna be a view return, and we are returning number, so it's gonna be a uint 256. Now we have to return the voter address dot length, that will give us the total number of voters. Come down, now let's create another function. This will call voter data. This will give us the detail about all the voters. So we'll pass the address, it's gonna be a public view, and we have to return. So simply give us this bracket, and we have to define all the things which we want to return. So first is going to be a uint, then we have a string, then we have another string with memory address, string memory, and it's gonna be a uint boolean, sorry, bool. So these are the things we want to return from these functions, and now we have to return the data. So voter, we have to pass the address. So first one is a voter, let's say voter id we have to take. Now second one is going to be name, third one is going to be image, fourth one is going to be address, fifth one is going to be IPFS, and sixth one is going to be allowed, and seventh one is going to be voted. So here we are getting all the data of this particular voter. Okay, everything's look good. With this function we can able to extract all the data of the single voter on the base of the address. Let's come down, let's create another function, and let's call it get voted voter list. Okay, so all those who already given the vote, we have to keep the track of that and get the data. So we'll pass the address array memory, it's gonna be, then we have to return simply. So voted voter. Now one more function we have to write, it will call get voter list, and gonna be a public view return. We have to pass the address in the form of array, we have to, and simply return that voter address. So this will give us the list of all the voter, and the upper one will give us the list of those who have voted. Okay, so we're done with this function, we are done with this voter data, voter length, this is the voted, and let's close this one, and this is voter struct. So everything is working fine. Let's format things. Okay, So with this, we are done with the smart contract of our voting context. We have to write two more functions, one for the winner to find that how many vote he or she has got. So we have to write that one functions, but that we'll do later. Once we'll build the UI and we do this all voting, then we'll going to write that. Okay, so here we have all that smart contract for the winner. Everything's looking good, we are not missing anything. If we find that we have missed anything, we'll definitely come back and add that functionality in the smart contract. Okay, so simply close this one, open this and close this one, go to the context and click on this constant. Okay, so now we have to do some general configurations to deploy the smart contract, then we can start working on it. So here we are on our constant file. Let's open up your terminal, bring it up, end the applications, and let's type CLS. Now we have to type npm Hardhat node to run the Hardhat in our terminal. So the process got started, just wait. And here we got 20 demo account which we can utilize it to test our smart contract. Okay, you can use the UI part of our Hardhat, but here I'm using terminal, which is very convenient and very easy. So here you will see all the accounts with the private key. Okay, now let's come to this side. Here we have to write the deploy command. So here we have to write the deploy command of our smart contract. Simply type npx hardhat script slash deploy.js and dash dash network localhost, because we are uploading to the localhost. And make sure whichever file you have, keep your deploy file, that's the name you have to give. Okay, and simply hit enter, run this command and hit enter. So you can see here I have a script. Inside the script I have this deploy file. Let me open it. So this is the one. Let me open it and let me show you what I have in my deploy file. So this is nothing but general. So when you create Hardhat, the demo version of the code, you get to deploy a smart contract, and that's what I have. And what I have done here, I have simply changed the name. So I have given the name of my contract as a const, and that's what I'm declaring in my get contract factory, my contract name and the general convention I'm following. And here I'm logging out the address of the contract which I'm deploying on. Okay, so that's the basic things which I have done. So this is the contract and this is the contract I'm passing here. Here I'm passing the contract name with a small, and here is also a small, deploying and console logging out the address which we can use later. Okay, that's the simple thing. So let's close this one, click here. Now let's come up here and simply run the command. Okay, npx hardhat run script deploy network localhost, hit enter. This process might take a little bit time. Okay, so here we have successfully compiled the smart contract, and here we have got our contract ID on which we have deployed our smart contract. So simply copy this entire. Okay, come to our constant, and here we're going to use that ID. So let me give this comment and keep it on top, and here we're going to write a couple of things. So here you can see, here we have the artifact folder. Inside that we have a create.json. okay, in that we have the entire metadata of our smart contract, the ABI. So all the function which you have defined, all the variables which you have defined, that's all will be here in our ABI, and that's inside the artifact contact create.json file. Okay, so let's bring down and let me show you. So here is the name. Here you can find all the things about this smart contract which you have written. So simply scroll down. Here you can see all the variables which you have defined as a state variable. That's all is here. So let's go. So this file is really big because I have defined a lot of variables, state variables. That's why it's so big. Okay, so what you can do, simply hold this, and this is the one. Simply hold this one and drag it to this contents file. Okay, So let me tell you one more time. What you have to do is simply drag that create.json file into the context folder. We have bring this file in the context folder. Let's close this one, and now we're going to use that file here. Okay, let's close all these folders, close this one. Let's come here. We have to import that file, so import voting, I'll call it, and that's coming from our home same directory, create.json, and we have to export this. So first thing, we have to export the voting address, which we have copy as a string, so we'll paste that as a string. Now we have to export one more thing, and that's called voting address ABI, and the ABI is inside the voting.abi. So if we come to our create.json, go to the simple context and create.json, here you can see here we have the ABI, and that's what we are utilizing. Okay, so these are the two things we are importing, and that's allow us to communicate our smart contract with our front end. Okay, let's close all this tab. Now simply click here on voter, and here this is the place where we're going to make all the calls. Okay, we're going to write all the functionality, that how our smart contract will interact, all the functionality of sharing data through the entire application. Okay, that's going to be happen inside this voter.js. So first we'll take RAFC, React Functional Based Component, and here we're going to import couple of things. So first thing is going to be use state, second one is use effect, and we'll import web3 model, which is coming from web3. Let's come here, go to this package JSON file. Here you can see all the folders which we have. So here we have installed all these packages which we're going to use. So we have Nextjs, we have Ethers, we have IPFS, we have a counter, we have web3 models. So all the packages we're going to use in this project. Okay, so let's simply close this one, and let's import one by one. So import ether from ethers. Now we have to import the create, that's coming from IPFS, and I want to rename this to IPFS HTTP client. Okay, let's come down, let's import Nextjs for our API call. Now let's import the use router, that's coming from next router. So here we have external import. Now let's do the internal import. We'll import voting address and voting ABI, and that's coming from dot constant. Okay, inside the constant folder here we have that two things, that's what we are importing here. Now let's take a const client IPFS client. Okay, inside that we're going to pass the URL. So https ipfs.infura.io 5001 API/v0. So make sure you have to use the same URL, because this is the one we're going to utilize it to upload the data to our IPFS. Okay, we'll create a fetch API function, so fetch contract function, sorry, and inside this we'll pass the signer, let's call it signer, or provider. We'll use new ether package, and we'll use contract, and inside that we're going to pass couple of things. First one is going to be voting address, voting API, and the signer or provider. So this is how we're going to make communicate with our smart contract. So this function will allow us to fetch the contract and allow us to make communicate. Okay, so fetch contract functions, and so we are done with the internals and general setups. Everything's look good. Okay, now let's take another variable. So let's export this one. So it's const, and we'll call voting context, and it's coming from react.context. So we're going to use React context for sharing data through our entire applications. Okay, now let's come down, we have to export const voting provider. Inside that we're going to pass the children. It's gonna be an arrow function, and we have to return this instantly. So inside that we're going to use this voting context dot provider. So let's cut this provider with capital P, and inside that we're going to pass the children. With this we're able to access all the data which will share inside this value that would be available to the entire application, and you will see how we can easily able to get the data from one component to from this page to everywhere in this application. So let's remove this one. Our context provider is also ready, so everything's looking good. And let me give you a working example, then we'll start working. So let me take a variable called voting titles, and let's call it my first smart contract app. Okay, so this data I want to pass and use it in other component or in other page. So that's simply what I will do. I will pass that inside the value. So whatever value, whatever function we'll pass inside this value, that would be available in every single component. Okay, so here we have passed the value. So far, let's come here, let's go to the pages, let's go to the app, and now we have to wrap our application, entire application, with that provider, so we can easily able to access the data. So that's what we're going to do in app.js. So first we have to import that. Okay, so let me give this command internal import, and that's a, let's come back, what is called, it's a voting provider. So this voting provider, and that's coming from /context voter, and we have to import NavBar as well. Okay, because that's the component going to be throughout this entire application. So let's import that as well. So NavBar coming from inside the component we have this NavBar, and now we have to wrap the entire application. So let's take that voting provider, cut that, paste below, and let's take the NavBar as well here, and let's wrap this component inside the div. Okay, so let's cut this here and paste inside this. So here our provider is ready for this app.js. Let's close this one. Now let's come to the index.js, and here we go to test that. Okay, so we have to import couple of things from React. So we need use state, we need use effect, and we use context. So these are the external import from React. Now we have to take the image as well from next image, import countdown from React countdown. We have installed the plugin, install the package, and that will allow us to run the timer counter. Okay, now let's give me this internal import, and here we have to import that voting context coming from context voter, and now we have to import the style sheet for this index file dot inside the style dot index module. Now we have to import that card component, and that is inside the component card, and we also need the image, and that's inside the assets, and from that we have to take this candidate image one. Okay, so far it's looking good. Now we have to get the data. So let's come back here and simply copy this voting title and paste here, and let's give this equal sign, and we have to use this use context, and in that we're going to pass this voting context. So in this way we can easily able to have the data in this application. Okay, so we are using this use context to get the data from this voting context. So let's remove this and simply pass the voting title, and let's open up the terminal and just restart the application. So we'll type npm run dev and click here. Let's close all the other tabs. So we are getting some error. So we are getting error in our voter.js. Voter is not defined. Okay, let's come back, go care, and simply remove this because we don't need this one. Okay, now refresh the application, and still we are not getting the data. Let's console log out that, and nothing is here. So still we are getting some sort of error. Okay, I made a mistake in this spelling, so it should be children, children, and reload the page, and here we have the data. As you can see, my first smart contract app. So our context API is working. We can easily able to share the data to multiple components. So let's come back and let me zoom in. As you can see, it's working fine. Close this one. So our context API is also working. Now we can start working on the application. Let's close all this and let's start working on our Voter.js. So simply remove this one. Let's keep it, okay? Let's keep it, otherwise it will throw an error. Let's take a variable called router because we want to use the router, and we use the user router. Here we have already imported that. We'll take a use state, and this will call current account, so it's gonna be a string. We'll take another use state, and this will call candidate length. It's gonna be a string. We'll take another variable called push candidate, and it's gonna be an empty array. The reason why I'm taking a push, so let's keep working on that, and I will and the moment we'll use it, I will tell you that why I have taken a single array instead of use state. Okay, now take another variable. This will call candidate index, and it's gonna be an empty array. We'll take another use state, and this will call candidate array. So all the data of the candidate we're going to stay here in this, and inside this we're going to pass that push candidate. Okay, and the reason why I have taken this approach, because we have to run a loop on the candidate, and that in that loop we want to store all the data inside this push candidate, and once all the data is arrived, that data will going to pass inside this candidate array. So this is the entire logic which I'm taking. Okay, so we'll pass that data push candidate inside the candidate array. Now let me give this comment, and this is the end of the candidate data sections, and we also going to define some use state for the error, global error handling. So it's going to be a string. Now we'll take the highest scorer, that who win this elections, so we'll take that as a variable. It's going to be an empty array. We'll take a voter section. Okay, so we're going to take a couple of variables for voter as well. So it's going to be a push voter. It's going to be an empty array. Now we'll take a use state, and we'll call it voter array. In that we're going to pass this voter push voter. We'll take another use state, and this will call voter length, and it's going to be a string. We'll take another use state, and this will call voter address, and this will an array. So here we have the data for the voter. This is the error, and this is the candidate. So we are done with the general setup. So whatever we have done so far, we are just setting up the stage. Okay, and these all variables we're going to use in our function to push the data and get the data. Okay, so this is just for us setting purpose. We are not written any single piece of code for interacting with our smart contract. Okay, so let's remove this, and let's give this comment. It will call connecting wallet. So now we have to write the function for connecting wallet, MetaMask. Okay, we'll take a variable called check if wallet is connected. So the very first check we want to do is whenever anyone visit the application, that whether they have connected their MetaMask, or do they have MetaMask installed or not. So that's the very first check we have to do. Okay, so it's gonna be an async function. We'll write an if statement. If window.ethereum is not there, then we have to return this. Okay, set error, and in that error we have to pass that please install MetaMask. Okay, and you might be thinking that what is this window.ethereum? Okay, so let me show you what it is. So let's open up the browser. Let me open my search console, and let me show you. If I type, so let's click here. If I type window.ethereum, you will see that I have an object in my browser, and this object is injected by the MetaMask. So if you install this MetaMask in your browser, what MetaMask will does, it will inject the Ethereum object in your browser, and that's we're going to utilize it to connect our front-end application with MetaMask. Okay, so if it's there, then we have want to connect it, and here you will find bunch of properties, chain ID and all this function which you can utilize to connect your application. Okay, that's the basic funda we are doing. So if it's not there, then we have to display the error, but if it has MetaMask installed, then we have to extract the account. So we'll say await window.ethereum, we have to request for the account, and in that we're going to pass the method, and this method is called eth.account with s. Okay, and that we'll get the account of that user, and we have to do the another check that if account length is more than, it has more than one account, then we have to extract the first account. So we'll set current account to account.0, so it gives us the first account. Okay, else we have to set error message, and that we have to pass please install MetaMask and connect and reload. Okay, sometime what happened that Ethereum object takes a little bit time to get inject in your browser. It's always good to tell the user that they can reload the page, so the entire process gets started from once again, and they won't have any problem while connecting with the application. Okay, so that's the very first thing we are doing here. And now, so we are done with this check if wallet connected, and that's what we're going to pass here. Okay, so this is how we're going to share the data. So we're going to pass that data inside that. Okay, so let's come down. Now we have to create a function for connect wallet. So here what we have done, let me remind one more time. So we have created a function called check if wallet is connected, and we are checking for the account. If they have the MetaMask installed, then it's good, we can easily extract the very first account and setting up to the current account. But if they don't have that MetaMask installed, we are displaying the array, and we are passing this check if wallet is connected into our context provider. Okay, so we can easily able to utilize this function into our navbar, because that's the portion where we're going to use this function. Okay, that's what I'm doing, I'm passing that function inside this value. Let's create another function called connect wallet, and it's going to be an async function because we are dealing with the synchronous behavior, and in that we'll take a if statement. Again, we have to do the same check that there is a window Ethereum exists. If it's not exist, then we have to display the error message please install MetaMask. So let's come up here, because this one is going to be the same, so simply copy here and paste here, but we have to do a small change here. So instead of eth accounts, we have to type eth request account. Okay, that's the method we want to pass. Now let's set that account to first account, so 0. Okay, once we got the account, you simply pass that into this value. Okay, so this is how we can pass this function as well. So we are done with this, let's close this one. Let me give this command, it called upload to IPFS. So now we have to upload the image to the IPFS, and this was going to be for the voters only. Okay, so we'll call it upload to IPFS, and it's gonna be an async function, and that we're going to pass the file. It's gonna be async functions, and we'll take a try and catch, and simply set error message is going to be like error uploading file to IPFS. Come here, we'll take another value called added. We're going to say await, we have to use the client and add. Okay, so the client here we have taken, and that's the URL, and here we're going to pass the content and the file. Okay, the file we have to pass. Now we have to take another variable, it's called a URL, and here we have to define the URL of the file. So http IPFS infura and io/IPFS, and here we have to define all the values, all the data which we want to upload to the IPFS. So here we are just uploading only the image. Okay, so we'll pass that data dot path. and simply we're going to return that. Okay, return the URL. So this is our upload functions. So let's come here. So let's go to the index, not index. Let's close this index. Just minimize this one. So this is IPFS upload functions. Okay, and that's what we have to pass here as well. Simply paste it. So here we have all the functions, all the properties which we are passing. So let's open up this, go to this allow voters, and here we're going to make that call. So let's start working on this allow voters, and then we're going to write other functions. Okay, so let's import couple of things from React. So first one is use state, and we have to get used effect, and this is going to be a use callback and use context. Import, let's say, router, and that's coming from next router. We have to import the use drag drop zone. So we are using drop zone, okay, for uploading the date, uploading the image. Okay, and let's import image, and that's coming from next image. So here we have the external import. Let's come to the, and here we have that counter and drop zone, you can see, and that's what we are utilizing it for uploading our data. Let's do internal import, and we have to take our voting context coming from context voter. We have to import our style file from style dot allow voter. We have to import the images, and that's coming from dot dot slash assets. Now we have to import the button component. So button, that's coming from dot dot component slash button. Now we have to take the input also, input component input, and that's coming for input. So these are the internal import for this page. Okay, let's come down. Let's take another variable called allow voters. Okay, and it's going to be an arrow functions, and that we're going to create a use state. So this will call a file URL. Okay, it's initially it will be null, and we'll take another use state, and this will call form import. So all the data will be take from the user, and the first one is going to be name, second one is going to be the address, and the third one is going to be position. You're going to take these three data from this function. Okay, so here let's remove this part. Let's simply remove it. Okay, so this is our function. Now we have to return this one, and we will take a div. Okay, so this is the function. So whatever we have done in this allow voter file, we have just set up the stage. Okay, we have taken two use state. First one is for the image, and the second one is for the form inputs, which we'll take from the user. So let's come down. Let's take a variable called router, and we have use router. Okay, now we have to take a const, and here we have to take this file upload to IPFS and simply paste it. We'll use that use context. So I hope that you guys are getting familiar with this use context API, that how you can utilize it. Okay, and in that we're going to pass that voting context. Let's give this command called voters image drop. Okay, so we'll take another const called voter drop, and we'll take this use callback, and that we're going to take a async functions, and we'll accept the file. Okay, we'll take a value URL, and it's going to be await to IPFS, and in that we're going to pass the file. Okay, so this is the URL which we are returning from there. Okay, so once the file get uploaded, it will return a URL, and that's the URL we are receiving here. So let's come down and we're going to set that URL to our select file URL. So here we are done with this on drop. Now we'll take another variable, and that we're going to take this get root props, and this get root prop is coming from drop zone package which we have installed. We can call it use drop zone, and in that we're going to pass the properties. So we're going to call that function, the variable which we have taken on drop, that's the we're going to call it here, and we're going to define the accept and what type of image we want to accept. So we want to accept all the images, that's why we have to give the star, and we want to define the maximum size. So I'll say let's call it 560. Okay, that's the get root props, and we have to take one more props, it's called get input props. So these are the two props coming from use drop zone. Okay, I'm not making it up, it's on the API documentation, you guys can check more. There is a lot of properties are there which you can utilize. Okay, now let's move on, let's come down. So we're done with this, we're done with this, and we're done with this. Things are looking good. Now let's call it JSX part. So let's start working on the JSX. So we have to return that instantly, and we will take a div and we'll have a style dot create voter class, and we'll take another div, and in that we're going to check for a file URL. If it has file, then we have to render this div. Okay, it will have a class called style dot voter info, and that will take a image, and we have to assign the source. So let's remove this, let's add the file upload URL. Okay, let's assign a alt tag, it will call voter image. And why we are getting this error, let's come down. Okay, we'll take another div, it will have a class called voter info dat paragraph. Inside that we'll take a paragraph. So why we are getting this error, so let's remove this extra bracket. Okay, from here. Okay, now let's type name, and inside the span we're going to pass the data of the user who input the data. Okay, so in that we're going to pass form input dot name. Okay, and that's what we have here in that form input. Let's do for other. So this one is going to be address, we'll take this HTML space and we'll pass that form dot address, and we have to slice it down because we don't want to display the entire address, we want to display only 10 character. Let's copy this space, let's take another p tag, and that we're going to type the position span, and that's coming from input dot position. So let me repeat what we had doing here. Okay, we are simply checking if the file is exist, if the user uploaded the file, then only we're going to display this dynamic block. That's simple with the data. Let's come up here, go to this allow voters, and let's see how things are looking. So here we are getting this comma. Okay, nothing is there because we are not writing anything, and let me just make it true that there is file exists, then you will see how the data would look like. And here you can see we have a voter image, name, address, and positions. Okay, all the things we can easily able to display. That means our dynamic block is working. Let's make it true, that will hide this dynamic block. So right now we have this, let's come down, we'll take another dynamic block, we'll say if file is not exist, then we have to render this div. Okay, it will have a class name called side info. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a class name called style dot side info dash box. Inside that we'll take a h4 tag, and this will call create candidate for voting. Okay, we'll take a p tag, it will call blockchain voting organization, that's for the branding purpose. Okay, and let's call it what titles we should give. Let's call it provide Ethereum ecosystem. I hope you guys will come up with something better description name for this application, or you can type your own. So let's come up here, and here you can see we can easily able to see the data. That means our dynamic block is working on the condition which we have defined. Create candidate for voting, and here is the title, blockchain voting organization, provide blockchain ecosystem. If you guys have any better title, do leave in the comment section. That definitely I'm going to add into this application. Okay, let's come down. We'll take another paragraph and we'll have a class called side info dot dash para, sorry. Inside that, we're going to write contract candidate. We'll take another div and it will have a class name called car, and we'll take a dynamic block called voter array dot map. So right now we don't have the data to render, but I'm making this JSX part, so when we'll have the data we can only plug that. Okay, so let's write the JSS part. So we'll take a elm and I, and we're going to return instantly. Okay, so let's take a div, and inside the div, let's take a div, let's remove this one, take a div, we'll take a key plus one, and we'll take a class name. This will call style dot card and box, and that will take another div, it will call class name style dot image. Let's take a image tag, and provide the source. So the source is going to be our, so let's keep it empty for a while. Let's add a alt text profile photo. Come down, we'll take another div and it will have a class name, and the class name will assign to card info, and in that we'll take a paragraph and we'll have a dynamic block, not dynamic block, we'll type a name simply for time being, and we'll take a address, and we'll take another one and it will also have a details. Here we don't display all the details of these candidates, of the voters. So we are done with this dynamic section. So what we can do, so right now we don't have the data, we can simply comment out this portion for a while. Okay, so let's see, it's throwing an error because we don't have the data. So let's comment out this part and let's reload the page. Now things are working and fine. Now let's start working ahead. Let's come here, take another div, and let's have a class name style dot voter, and we'll have another div. Inside that we'll have a class name called style dot voter dash container, and that will take a h1 tag. It will call create new voter. Refresh, here we have the title. Come here, we'll take another div, class style dot voter dash container dash box. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a class name called voter container box dash div. Inside that we'll take another div, and I know these names are getting pretty big, but this is how you should define name for the classes in the application, because when you work in a large case applications it's become very hard to give the right names, and when you define names such like this, it becomes very easy to read that what that class is doing exactly when someone else will look at to your code. Okay, and here what we have to do, here we have to pass the props for drops on props. So this is the props we have to pass. Simply paste here and call the function, and inside that we'll take the input, we'll close it, and we're going to pass the props, input props, get input props, and we have to call it. So let's come here. Right now nothing is happening, okay, because we haven't defined anything. Let's come down. Here we're going to take another div, and it will have a class called style dot voter container box dev dot info, sorry, dash info. Inside that we'll take a p and it will call upload file, and the file extension we want to provide jpg and png, and gif we want to take web, and the size one we want to say, let's call it 10, not 100 is too much, so 10 MB only file size. Now we'll take another div and we'll have a class called, let's say, voter container dev box and image. In that we're going to have the image. We'll take the image tag and we'll pass the image. So right now we have the image in the assets. So let's come here, image dot upload. Let's create or add it. So here we have the image. As you can see, it's working. Let's define the alt. Let's define the width. Okay, width is going to be 150 and height is going to be 150, and object fit is going to be content, and alt tag is going to be file upload. So this is the image property we have defined. Now let's take another p tag and let's call it drag and drop file. Let's take another one, and this will say or browse media on your device. So as you can see, if we click, we can open our folders. That means it's working fine. Let's take a div and it will have a class called style dot input container, and that will take an input component which we have created right here. So the component we have imported, that's what we're going to use it here. This is the image one, and we want to import. Okay, this one is the input. Inside this we're going to pass couple of props. So let's come here, let's go to this, close all this tab, open the component, go to the import, and here we have into the input folder. Let's zoom it a bit and let's import couple of things from React. So first thing, we need use context, and let's do internal import, and this is coming for import style from dot input model. So style file we have to import. Now let's replace this to instant callback, and we'll take a div, and that we're going to type hello. So let's do one thing, let's pass the props that we can receive inside the component. Okay, so let's call it input type is going to be, let's say, text, and the title is going to be, for this input component, is address. Now we have to take the placeholder, so let's call it voter address. So this is the props we are passing. And now one more thing, handle click functions. So we have to pass that e, and we have to pass the function. So for time being, let's go with this empty functions, or we can do one thing, we can simply call the set form input, and in that we're going to pass this, okay, dot form, and we have name e dot target dot value. Okay, and that's the benefit of using React, because it's make work so easy. You can see directly we can able to set the value to our input forms with this e dot target value. Okay, so that's the first input. Let's change this to name. So this is the first input. Let's come here to our input file and let's start styling that. So first thing, we have to import all the props. So first one is input type, titles, and the placeholder. And we have one more things, which is a handle click. That's also we passed. Let's replace this, make it instant return. Let's take a div with a class name called style dot input, and that will take a p tag, and this will have a title of this input. Now we'll take another dynamic block and we'll say if input type is equal to text. And the reason why I'm going with this approach, because I believe that you guys want to add couple of more fields. So instead of input text only, you guys will want to have a number, you want to have a file. So that's why I'm going in this approach. So you can use this reuse this component in multiple times by using this if and else statement. Okay, so here I'm saying that if the type is text, then we have to render different type of component. So we'll take a div, and it will have a class name. This class name will be input dash box. Inside that we'll take a input, and in that we're going to assign the type called text. The class name will add a style dot input box for from, and the placeholder, we have to pass the placeholder. So simple. And we have to add a on click functions, and in that we're going to pass that handle click. Okay, that's the one thing. So we are getting this error. Let's see what's the problem. Okay, and it's empty. If the file type is text, then we want to render this, but if the file type is not text, then then we don't want to render anything. Okay, so that's the logic behind this. So that's the input part. Now we are done with this. Let's come here and let's go style this portion. So let's reload that. So we are getting this error. Reload the browser, and everything's look good. Here you can see everything is working fine. And let's style this portion. So first thing, we'll start with this input box. Copy and come here. We're going to assign width 100%. Let's say background color is going to be 730283. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM. Border radius is going to be 2 RAM. And let's assign a box input. And background color is going to be transparent. Border 0. Width is going to be 100%. Outline is going to be none. Padding inline going to be 0.5 RAM. Color is going to be white. Form input placeholder. So color is going to be 2D0036. Fonts width is going to be 500. Text transform to upper scale. So here you can see it's looking perfect. We can easily able to see our input fill. Our placeholder is also working, and the input text is also working. So this looks good. So we are done with this input component. Now simply replicate this 3 times, because altogether we want to display 3 input fields. So simply change this to, this one is called name. First one is name, second one is address, and this will also call positions. And now we want to change the name. Okay, so this one is called address, this one is a positions. So let's come here. Here we have this 3 input files. Okay, everything's working fine so far. Let's come down, let's take another div, and we'll take a class called style dot button, and that we go to render our button components. We'll use the button component which we have created, and we'll send this a couple of props. So first thing is going to be name. We'll call it authorize voter. Okay, and we'll add a handle click function. So initially it's going to be an empty callback function. Okay, because we haven't created that function for that. Okay, so let's an empty function, and this is our button component. So let's come down, let's make this comment. So let's start styling the button. Okay, let's come here in the button component, and let's create the button first. So let's remove this portion because we don't need that. Let's get the props. So first one is button name, and the second one we have is the handle click. That's the 2 props we have. And we also add this additional one is called class style. Okay, class style. So what I believe that if you guys want to add a custom styling on buttons, so one button will have a one style, another button will have a different style. So that's why I'm giving this scope, so you guys can add a custom styling and send it as a prop and add in your same button component and that will give you a different button styling. Okay, so that's the whole approach I'm taking. So that's the 3 props we are receiving in the button component. What else? So let's remove this and let's make it instant return, and we'll take a button and we'll assign a class called button. So let's come here, we have to import that style. Okay, first, so that's coming from that button modules, and here we have to take that button, and we have to assign the type. So the type is going to be button, and it will have a on click function. So in that we're going to pass handle click and handle click, and we also pass the button name. Okay, so that's the button component we can use wherever we want. Okay, so now let's start writing the CSS part. So we have taken this button, let's come here, button, so margin top, margin block, sorry, 2 ram, and color transparent is going, and background 1 pixel solid, let's call it dotted, and this will have the, let's say, our primary color. We'll take a padding 0.5 ram, and it will have 1 ram from left and right. Color is going to be our primary color. Border radius is going to be 1 ram. Cursor pointer, font width is going to be 600, and transition all 0.4 millisecond, and easy in and out. Now let's add a button over effect. So we want to change the background color to the primary color, and we want to change the color itself to the 23139. We have forget to add E, so this is our second primary color. So that's the styling for the button. Okay, let's come here and let's try to reload the page, and here you can see here we have the button which is working absolutely fine with this dotted style. Okay, so that's the button. Let's close this tab. So we are done with the button component. Now let's come down, we'll take another div, and in that we'll take a class. It will have a, the class name is created voter. Okay, we'll take a div, it will have a class name called style dot created voter dash dash info, and that will take a image, and we'll pass the source. So image dot, we have upload, sorry, creator, and we'll add a alt tag, it's called user photo. We have to simply come down, we'll type notice, single notice, we have type notice for user. We'll take a paragraph called organizer, and in that we're going to pass the address. So right now we are doing this hard code, but we're going to display the dynamic address, so dot dot. So let's make it short. Okay, now we have to add a short description. So only organizer of the voting contract can create voter. Okay, if you guys have any better title, do leave in the comment section so I can add in this capital. Okay, in this application. So that's the generic information I have provided about the for the user. Let me reload this. So we are getting some sort of error. Okay, let's say hydration fill because the initial UI does not match what. Okay, something's wrong in this. Let's come here. Yes, I have misspelled this spelling, so let's change this to capital. Now everything would be working fine. So let's refresh. Here you can see we have the image and the information. So the entire structure for this allow voter is working fine. We have created the entire structure. Now we have to add the styling. Okay, so let's make this side by side so you guys can see the CSS part as well. So this is the JSX input image, this is the dynamic block, the files, everything is we have written. Now let's come here, go to the style and allow voter module.css. So let's start styling this page. So let's make things, let's copy this one, create vote, and that's what we're going to target. So width is going to be 95%, margin 0 auto, margin block 2 ram. Okay, display grid template column 1 fr and 3 fr and 1 fr. So this is how it will look. Now Let's call the gap 2 ram. That's look pretty good. So let's do one thing, because I'm going with the mobile first approach. So let's make the mobile add the media query. Okay, initial media query, then we can add the other styling. So media query and media, and the max width is going to be 39 35 45, sorry, em, and we'll target that create voter, and width is going to be 90%, and grid template column is going to be 1 fr. So this is how it will look. As you can see, it's look perfect. Now we can start working on the styling. So we'll get the voter background color is going to be 23139. We forgot to add e. Border radius 25 pixels, box shadow 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 15 pixels, RGB 0, remove that 0 0, not 00, 0 0 0 0.35. So that's how it will look. Okay, nice background color. Now let's take a color, and this is going to be our third primary color, and we'll add a padding 2 ram. So this looks pretty good. Now we'll target the container box. Text align is going to be center, border 1 pixels dotted, and our primary color. We'll take the border radius to 5 pixels. This looks pretty good on a mobile device. As you can see, it's already looking good on a mobile device. Let's come down. We'll target the voter container box P, and line height is going to be 0.5, and let's add a input. Let's come here, simply let's get this input container. Padding top is going to be 2 ram, width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto. Let's come here, let's get the button, text align end. Let's scroll down, and here you can see we have the end button. Now let's get this voter info, and that's what we're going to write here on the top. Okay, remove this one, come here, and this voter created we have taken. Now here we're going to type in voter info. Position is going to be absolute, top is going to be 12 ram, left is going to be 3 ram, width is going to be 15 ram, height is going to be 15 ram, padding 1 ram, background color our 231 E39, second primary color, border radius. So let's come up here. So we have not taken that. So 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 10 pixels, RGB 0 0 0 3.5. Let's assign color is going to be our third primary color. Text align is going to be start. So here things are not changing. Okay, so it's working fine. Let's come here. So let's open this dynamic block, and let's start styling this. Okay, so let's come here, let's come. As you can see, this is how the dynamic block is looking. We have the image, name, address, everything is displaying fine. Simply scroll down. We'll take that voter info image. Width is going to be 100%, height is going to be 100%, back border radius is going to be 25 pixels, and let's come here. We'll take a voter info dash, where it is, this is the one, paragraph. Okay, voter info paragraph. So that's look good. Okay, the reason why it's looking so big because we have zoom in. Okay, so something's wrong, I think. let's come here and let's take a background color, second primary. Border radius is going to be 25 pixels. And here we have missed something, so this will call, so duplicate it and change this to border radius and simply remove this, and this will call 25 pixels. And here is going to be box shadow, not border radius. Simply copy and paste exact thing in the paragraph as well. Color is going to be our primary color, sorry, third primary color, and height is going to be 9 ram. Padding is going to be 1 ram. So this is how it will look. There is something problem in that, we're going to fix it. Okay, we'll target the paragraph p span, and here we have the span, that's one we are targeting. Font size is going to be 12 pixels, little small. Okay, let's cut this one and let's go back and simply cut this and paste above of this span because we want to target the paragraph. Okay, so line height is going to be 1 ram. Now it's look perfect. Let's come down, let's give this comment side info bar. So far we have worked on the dynamic portion. Okay, when someone will upload the image, this dynamic block will display, and on that we have applied this all styling. Now let's work on the actual sidebar. So we'll target that side info and let's take a background color to our second primary. Padding is going to be 0.5 ram and 1 ram from left and right. Border radius is going to be 1 ram. Color is going to be third primary color. Let's come down and simply get this side info box h4, and background color is going to be 9 first primary, and padding is going to be 0.5 ram. Border radius is going to be 0.2 ram. Let's come here and simply copy this car, and let's come here, let's make it, it's a car, let's make it card. Okay, and change here as well. So display is going to be grid template column repeat to 1fr. Cap is going to be 1 ram. Let's come down, we'll target the card box, and this is the box we are targeting. So line height is going to be 1, border 1 pixel solid primary color. Padding is going to be 0.2 ram. Let's copy the box shadow and paste, and border radius 0.3 ram. So why the styles are not taking place, let's come here, it's simply provide X, and now things are changed. Okay, let's come here, target the image, let's come back, and this is the one we are targeting. Okay, that image. We'll assign a width is 100%. Let me give this comment user list. So simply copy this created voter. Background color, our second primary color. Border radius is going to be 25 pixels, and simply copy this box shadow and paste. Color is going to be our third primary. Padding is going to be 2 ram. Let's come here in the media query, target the voter. Width is going to be 100%. Okay, and padding is going to be 1 ram. Input container, width is going to be 100%, and let's come here, target the voter info. Width is going to be 12 ram. Height is going to be 12 ram. Top is going to be 2 ram. Left is going to be 0. Cursor pointer. So that's how our dynamic block will look. Now target the voter info paragraph. Font size is going to be 12 pixels. Height is going to be 7.5 ram. So that's looking perfect, and it's looked great. So this is how it will look on a desktop device. I know it's, so this is the text, this is the things, so things are looking good. Now let's come up and let's make it true. So let's redo the page. Here you can see now it's look perfect. So this is the first section, this is the middle sections, and everything is working fine. We can click and our folder will open, so we can upload the image. And here you can see the image is coming, displaying. Means our logic is also working fine. So click here and let's come here, let's copy. And I made a mistake, so it's a voter container. Simply copy this container, and here we have to change it. Okay, so this is the silly mistake I made. I moved my head for half an hour to find out that why this styling on the component is not taking place, because here I made a spelling mistake. So let's simply replace this to container, not with a, it with o. Okay, so once you save it, you will come back to the application and you will find that here we have a nice border and the image is also displaying in the center. So this is the one change we have done, and I think this one is also good, no problem. And here we have to do one more change, so let's add the styling to the side para. Okay, and let's remove this and let's call it background is going to be our primary color, padding is going to be 0.5 ram, and border radius is going to be 0.2 ram. So here we can see the style contract candidate list, and now things are working fine. So let's zoom out. Okay, I was zoom in, that's why it was looking so big, but here you can see it's looking perfect on a normal way. So I was on the 200 zoom and I was thinking that what is the problem, why it's everything's looking so big, because it was in zooming. And this is how we can open and upload the file. As you can see right now it's not taking place. Okay, let's reload the browser, click one more time. This is our button, our input box, and this container is looking so big. So let's come here, and here we have that created voter info. So let's come here, and here we have to change this to created voter info, because we don't want to add the background color to the entire right component. We want to add into this image and the details we are displaying. Okay, in that portion we want to add, and just simply reload the page, and now it's looking good. Okay, as you can see, short and sweet. This section is also looking good. This is the notice, this is the address, and this is short notification. If we an image is also perfect. Let's come here, let's go up, and these props are also working fine. This one is, and here we have to change the image to upload. Okay, upload, save it, reload the browser, and here we have the right image for uploading image. Okay, this is the information. Let's click on this and wait. So why the image is not displaying? Okay, so let's come back here, and everything looks good. This portion is also good. And if I open this dynamic block, we'll have an error. So let's reload the page, and here we have the error because we don't have the data. Okay, so let's comment out this, and let's comment out this portion to see that once we'll have the data, that how it will look. Okay, let's come back, reload the browser, and still we don't have the key. So let's remove that, remove this key, and now it will be working fine. Let's reload it, and here how it will look. So once we'll create a user, and that would be registered on this application. This is how we're going to see the user profile, the recent user profile. Okay, so it's looking perfect. Name, address, image, that's all detail we can able to see. So things are looking good. Let's bring things normal back where it was, and let's comment out this, and let's come here, reload the browser, and now things are looking good, neat and clean. Let's inspect element, and let's click on search console and come here, scroll up, and here we have to call the function. So what we can do is simply console.log, and we want to log that data, this file URL, okay, and paste here. Let's come here, go to this console log and reload the browser and simply upload the image. And here we are getting an error. Okay, what's the problem? We are getting this error in the post. Okay, what's, oh sorry, my bad. Somehow I disconnected my internet, and that's why I was not able to upload these images to the IPFS. That's why we were getting this error, and that's why we were not able to upload the images. Okay, so let's simply connect the net back on the Zen. So just wait, it's connecting with my Wi-Fi. Actually I'm connected with my mobile device. Okay, so here finally we have connected. Let's reload the browser and now it will work. Simply click and pick the image, and it will wait, and here we have the image. As you can see, it's looking perfect. And here you can see that we had null, and now finally we have the URL of the image, okay, which is uploaded to the IPFS. You can see the URL, and this is how it will look, exact image. So let's come to the Search Console, and you can see the URL that this image is uploaded to the IPFS. Okay, if you copy this entire URL and paste in the next browser, you can able to access this image, or you can simply paste in your mobile device, or you can share it with your friends or with anyone's. They can easily able to see these images. Okay, that's stored on the blockchain. And here we have the name, here we can type the address, here we can type the position. That means our input field, everything is working fine. Just reload the page, all things working fine. Now let's come back, let's go to our code editor, and this portion is done. With this entire portion we are done. Now we have to write the function for creating voter. So let's come here, go to the context, go to the voter, and here we have to write the function. So here we are uploading the image to the IPFS, okay, and that's the URL we are receiving in our allow voter, and that's why we are returning the URL from here. Okay, now let me give this comment, create voter, and we'll take a variable called create voter. That's going to be the functions, and it's going to be an async functions. We'll take a try catch, and we'll say set error, and we'll say error in creating voter, and that's the function we have to pass here, so we can easily able to access in other components, and that's what we're going to receive here. So simply paste here in our allow voter, and that's what we will add here on the button, sorry, here. So we'll pass the functions, and inside this function we're going to pass all the data. So we'll pass the file name and the input file. So we'll pass the input form input, and we'll pass the file URL, image URL, and we'll pass the router. So these are the 4 props we'll pass into this function, and that what we'll receive here. Okay, where it is, yeah, here we'll receive. So that's the 3 inputs we have here, and now we have to deconstruct the data from the form input. So name, we have the address, we have the positions, and that's coming from form input. So let's console log out the data. So name, we have the age, we have the position, and the file URL. So let's come to the browser and let's see, are we getting the data or not. So initially it's null, and that's coming from our allow. Let's come here and remove this search console. So remove this portion, and now let's come back, let's upload the image, and here we have the image. Let's type the text. I'll type Daulat Hussain, and let's come here, go to the Etherscan, and let me take the actual address. So let's copy the address, come back and paste here, and let's give a short message. You can type anything. So I'll type hey, but my spelling is wrong. Okay, and here you can see that here we can get the data and Daulat name and the address and the message we have typed here, new here, and the IPFS URL. Okay, so we are getting all these props, and we can see everything is working fine. So now we can utilize this data to create candidate. Let me remove this one, and let's do the check. So if name not exist and address and position, if any one of these fields are not there, then we want to return this error message. Okay, so we want to set the error message to simple input data is missing. That's the message we want to type. Now let's give the comment connecting smart contracts. So now we're going to make an actual connection with our smart contract. Okay, so from here we are starting. Hi guys, welcome back once again. I took half an hour's break before I start jumping straight away to the smart contract sections and start connecting our smart contract to the front-end applications. So I believe that you guys have also taken rest, and now we're going to start working on the smart contract, where our smart contract is going to communicate with our front-end application. Okay, so let's get straight away to that. Well, I'll take a variable called web3 model, and this web3 model will allow me to connect my smart contract. So let me show you what I have in this web3 model. So simply console log out, come to my browser, and let me inspect the element. Let's open it, search console, and right now let's click here. Let's call the function, then we can able to have that object. Let's give me the name. So let's type something random, type random, and position is going to be random as well. And here you can see that we are getting an object. So this is coming from web3 model, and we're going to use this to connect our smart contract with the front-end application. So you can see the very first method, it's connects. That's what we're going to use it to connect our smart contract. So that's the function we're going to use. There are a bunch of methods, you can pick any one of these from these. Okay, so we're going to use this one, smart contract. If you expand this, we have nothing. Okay, length, and we'll have a couple of objects. So let's come up, remove this one. I'll create a connections, and I'm going to use web3 model.connect method. Okay, so this will allow me to create that connections. Then I will take another variable called provider, and this time we're going to use ethers package. Okay, so provider dot web3 model provider, and in that we have to pass our connection, and this will give us the provider. And now we have to use that provider to get the signer. So we'll get this signer method, which is available on this Etherscan package. Okay, so we are utilizing that, and now we're going to create the contract, and here we're going to use the function which we have created on the top, and in that function we're going to provide the signer. Okay, so that's the function we have created here. As you can see, this is the function we have created, and that's allow us to fetch our smart contract. And here I have done a little bit change. So by mistake I made a spelling mistake in my voting contract, so I was missing E, so I have rectified that. So make sure you guys have changed the right spelling. Okay, that's the one change I have done, because I was wondering that what is the problems and why my smart contract was not working and why it was not communicating with my front-end application. So this is the silly mistake I made it, because my E is not working in my keyboard. Okay, so I'm pressing but it's not working, so sometimes I have to press very hard, then it will print. Okay, so make sure you make this change, and we're getting this, and that's what we are importing here. Okay, now let's console log this out, smart contract, and here you will find a good things. Okay, so let's come back to the browser, and again we have to make the function call. Okay, so let me upload the image. We're going to type the text, position, and let's call the function. Here is the MetaMask, and we have to enter the password. So let me do it very quickly. Hit unlock, and here you can see that here we have an object. Okay, let me expand this one, and here you can see here we have the address. So this is the address of the contract we can see, and here you can see a bunch of methods. So you can see get candidate function we have created in our smart contract. That's what we can see here. We have get candidate. Let's come back to the smart contract, and let's zoom out, and here we have these functions, and all the function we can able to find here. So length, data, voter, all the function you can find. That means our smart contract is successfully connected with our front-end applications and web3 model. So let's come back here, cut this part also. Let's zoom it and let's start working ahead. Okay, so just remove this, take another variable. This time we'll call it data, and we're going to upload the data we are getting from the user to the IPFS. So let's pass the data, name, address, positions, and the image. So I'm changing the image name because the file name is a file URL, but I'm assigning a name, it's image. Okay, so that's the data we are converting into JSONs, and now we're going to use this add await client, and we have to take this add, and thus we're going to pass the data. And again we have to take the URL, and in this we have to construct the URL. So http IPFS infura io IPFS, and here we have to pass the data which we want to upload to the IPFS dot path. Okay, so that's how we are constructing our URL of our IPFS. So what we are doing first we are making that connections. Whoever interacting with our smart contract, we are taking the address and we are making the connection with our smart contract. Okay, then we are taking the data from the input, and then we are uploading, converting the entire data into a JSON format, and then we are uploading the data to the IPFS, and from there we are returning a URL, and this URL also we're going to store in our smart contracts. So that's the whole logic behind this. Okay, now let's come down. So that's the URL we have here. Let's come down and let me console log this out, and let me show you that how the data would look like. So let's come here in the browser, let's reload it, infix element, and let's do it quickly. Daulat Hussain. I'll come down, I will open my terminal and I'll pick any account from here. Okay, so this account I've taken, and I'm writing position hello. Okay, so as you can see, the moment I'm uploading here, I'm getting the URL, and this URL is containing all the information about the data which a user will upload to our application. Okay, so as you can see, this is the URL we are getting. Now simply copy that URL and open up your new tab and just paste that, hit enter, and here you can able to find all the data. As you can see, Daulat Hussain, the address we have defined, the position we have written, how you doing, and the image URL. So if you copy this image URL and paste in the new tab, you can able to see the image we have uploaded to the IPFS. So this is the image, as you can see. So that's mean that we are successfully able to take the data from the user and upload to the IPFS. Okay, so you guys already know how to interact with IPFS and upload data. So let me remove this one. Now let's take another variable called voter, sorry, and this time we're going to call the function we have created in our smart contract. So what's the name of the function? Let's come back to the contract. So this is voter right, so let's call that, and in that we're going to pass the data. So what are the data need? Address, name, image, and IPFS. So these are the 4 data we need to pass. So first one is going to be address, second one is going to be name, then URL, and then file URL. So make sure your order should be in the same order, the way you have defined in your smart contract. And let's come here and let's await, and this function will allow you to wait until the entire information is get registered on the blockchain. Okay, so make sure you use this. If you don't use it, it will work, but for being on the safe side, must use it. Okay, now let me use this router.push. So once the user is get created, we want to redirect the user to the voter list page. Okay, that's the page we are created here. So this is the page. Here we're going to just redirect the user and display the data. Okay, so before we do that, let's console log out the voter data. Okay, what we are getting. So let me come here, let me clear it. So make sure whenever you change your account, you have to do this reset account, otherwise it will throw an error and your transaction will get failed. So make sure you do that. Let me quickly upload the data. This time I call Daulat Hussain, and let's come here and get the data from the terminal address and paste, and let me give the position high dollar, just random. Click on authorize voter. Here we have that, the pop-up. Now here we are interacting with our smart contract. You can see we are having interactions. This is the gas fee, and this is the gas fee we are paying for the interaction of the blockchain. And there is a lot of techniques which you can use to reduce the gas fees, okay? So which I'm not going to cover right now, because this time I'm just focusing that how you can make connection with your front-end application and smart contract. But when you will work in organizations, you have to keep a lot of things in mind, that if you're defining any state variable, that how you have to define so it will cost little less, okay? So that's a different topic, but let's focus on this. So let's click on confirm, and here I'm getting this error. So it says that the chain ID is itna, so I have problem in the chain ID. So that's the things. Let me see what else I get. So this chain ID, so okay, let's expand this. What else I get? So this is the URL, okay? So this is the data we have. So let's come here, open your MetaMask, and do one more thing. So here we have, just click on localhost, and we have to set our chain ID. So click on add network, and you will redirect to this page. And here we have to do some changes in our chain ID. So here I'm into the localhost 88545, you can see, and here we have this chain ID. So make sure you have to keep this ID 1337. I had some random ID there, so if you have random ID, make sure you do the change, otherwise you're not able to make this transaction, okay? So this is the chain ID I provided, and make sure you save it. So now let's cut this and come back and reload the page, and let's start working on, okay? Let's upload the data. Address, authorize, and here I'm getting something else. Finally it's working, that the earlier problem we had solved it, and this time we are getting some other error, okay? So it says that cannot estimate gas, transaction may fail or may require manual gas limit, okay? So due to the state variables which I have defined, it's exceeding the gas limit. That's the error I'm getting. But you can see that we are getting all the data, whatever data we have specified from to data and the way we are interacting, okay? So let's reload that, and let's try to do one thing. So come here, just go to advanced and just clear this. Let's reload and try one more time, because sometime you will have this problem. So let's simply paste that, write the name, type the address, and authorize, and still I'm getting the same error. Why it's happening? So let's come to the home page, and let's go back once again, okay? And let's simply upload the data one more time, and let's see. Open this, type one more time, put the address, position, and authorize. Click on confirm, and still we are getting this. Finally we are getting something new error, okay? So what I did, I simply restarted my applications, okay? So let's come back here. So let's delete this artifact, okay? Let's delete it artifact one more time. Delete this permanently. We're going to delete this cache, delete this one as well. Go to the context, and from there we have to remove our API as well. So delete this one, as stop the applications from running and restart it, okay? So simply type npx hardhat node, and it will restart the internal Hardhat, and come here, and we have to deploy the smart contract one more time to the local host. So it's compiling, and here we have the smart contract. Let's come back to artifact, go to this and drag and drop in the context, okay? Simple. Close this all, and now let's restart the application. So click on that, let me restart it. So here we are, So here we have restarted the applications, so just wait. So here we are on the home page. Now let's go to the allow voter and let's open the console and let's retry one more time. Enter the name, swap by address and the positions, and MetaMask open and click on confirm, and here finally it's worked. So I don't know why it was happening. I did the same thing couple of times, but this time it's worked. So make sure, maybe it's my browser problem. So if you have any kind of this problem, make sure you delete the files and re-upload the smart contract artifacts. So whatever I did the exact thing, it will work. Okay, and sometime you have to clear your cache, like you go to open your MetaMask and from there you have to restart your account. So that would solve your problem. So let's open this. As you can see, this is the hash of the transaction. If I open this here, you can able to find all the details about this transaction we made. So access, block hash, block number, chain ID, confirmations, all the data about the transaction which you made, that's all you will find. This is the gas limit. As you can see, gas price we paid it, hash, and this is the max gas price, this is the prior price, and nuance. This is a very first block we have created. That's why you can see it's a 1. As many as you will create, it will keep increasing this number. This is SR2, and we are getting all the data, and we can create the user. Okay, so we have successfully created one user in our for the voter. So let's close that one and let's come here and let me open this because we want to redirect to that page. Okay, so here we are done with the voter functions. Now let's start working on the other function as well. Okay, so this is where we're going to redirect. Close this one, come down, and let's minimize this. So get voter data. Okay, now we have to write the function to getting the data. So we'll take a variable called get voter data. It's gonna be an async function, and we'll take a simple convention we have to follow, because every time we want to make a communicate with our smart contract, we have to follow this general convention. Okay, make sure you do that. Now we're going to write down all the functions. So let's open that smart contract. I'll go a little faster because the process is quite similar to the previous one. All we have to do is to write the functions, extract the data, and pass on to the states. Okay, so we can utilize it to the other element. Okay, so here this is the function. So get voter data we have, and that's what we're going to call it. So const voter list data await contract, and here we have to write the function name. So get voter data, that's what it is. Okay, this one, get voter data, we have to call it. Let's come back. So in that we have to pass the address. So before we do that, let's change this to get list. Okay, first we have to get all the addresses of the voter, then we can easily able to pass the address into the get voter data, and from there we can easily able to get the data individually. Okay, that's the whole logic. And let's set voter address, and in that we're going to pass that voter list data. Let's console log this out. Voter address, get all voter data, and that's what we call it. So let me show you how the data would look like. Okay, so here you can see, here we have all the user we have created, and it's keep printing in the console because I just call the function like this. As you can see, it's keep going on. I have to take a use effect, sorry. So I'll take this, inside that I'm going to call the functions, and that's it. Boom. Let's reload the page. Let's come here, let me console log the data so to show you guys. Okay, let's reload. As you can see, this is the data we are getting, and the reason why we are getting 2, because like I have enabled strict mode in my application. So generally when you install create Next app or a React app or a Next app, automatically the strict mode is on. That's why strict mode is on. So whenever you are in a development mode, whatever you will print in your console, it will print twice. So if you want to avoid this, so you all you have to do is to go to the Next.js config file, and from there you can easily able to remove that strict mode, but I would go with this. Okay, so that's why you can able to see the two. Okay, so here we have this two, and here we have the one. So first time we don't have the data, but earlier we got it. So let's remove this one. Now voter list data map. Okay, so we have to map over it. It's gonna be async functions, and let's take a variable called single voter data await, and here we're going to communicate with our smart contract. So let's come here. So this is the function we're going to use, get voter data, and this will give us the data of the voter, and in that we're going to pass the address, so lm, okay, el, sorry, and let's push that address to the push candidate. Okay, simply push the address there, so the address, the data would be available in this, and that's what we are passing here in voter array. So we have the data. Now let's simply console log out the single voter data, and let's see how it's look. Here you can see we got the data, of the user. Let me open this. Here you can able to find everything. So we have a ID number which is in big number. We have to convert this number in normal readable number. Okay, we have the name Schwab, we have the IPFS address for the image, we have the address, then we have all the information in the IPFS, that's URL we also have, then we have the voting allowed we have the given, so that's is also there, and the state, whether they have given the vote or not, that is also there. So all the data is perfectly displaying. Okay, this one, this is also, we have that. Okay, and it's an image. So let me copy and show you exactly. So let's remove this comma, and let's remove this from here as well, and hit enter. And here you can able to find all the details, Schwab and the image and all, everything you can able to find here. That means everything is working. Okay, address, the position you have designed, and the image you have uploaded, so everything is working fine. Okay, so let's copy this, and let me check one more time, and hit enter, and just wait, and here we have the image. That means everything is working fine. We can able to upload to the IPFS. Okay, this is the address, and this is the IPFS address, big number, and simply the state of the. Let's come back here. That's all that data we have defined here. Let's open this one, and initially it is false, allowed is one, name. So these are the data we are passing, returning on the front end for a single user, and that's all is here. Okay, so I hope you guys are excited. We can easily able to render the data from the smart contract and display in the front end. So let's come back to voter. So here we have the data. Let's get rid of this. Now let's come down. We'll call voter length. Okay, so we'll call it voter list await contract dot get voter. So what is the name? Get voter length, and console log out this voter length, sorry, so voter list. Let's render this, and here we have the voter list number. So currently it's in big number, we're going to convert it. That means it's working fine. Okay, we can able to extract the data from our smart contract, and this time we are not passing any argument because we want to get the length, and we have to call this function to number, and this will convert that big number into a single number, and here it's 1 because this is the first voter in our application. So let's set that. Okay, so we'll call set voter length. So let's wrap the entire thing into a try and catch, so if there is anything goes wrong, we can easily able to catch it. Okay, so Let's come here and copy this portion and paste simply here. Remove this to set error, so we can get the error, and here we can type something went wrong fetching data. That's what we can type. Do the same thing for this part. This will call something wrong creating voter. So we are done with the getting the data and creating voter data, and that's what we're going to pass here, so we can easily able to get in our other pages. Okay, that's what we are passing here, get all voter data. And let's comment out this. Now let's come down. So let's call give vote. So now we have to authorize user. So now we have to write the function to give vote. Okay, so simply we're going to call it give vote. It's gonna be async function, and that we're going to pass the ID, take a try and catch. Here we're going to console log out the error. Let's, for the time being, just leave it as it is, because we need to take the input. First we need to display the candidate, from then we can able to add all the functionality. Okay, so for the time being we're going to leave it like this. Okay, we need to pass these two functions, these two parameters, ID and address, then we can able to use this get vote. So for the time being, let's call it, and we're going to write this function later. So here we are in index file, and now we have to set the stage, because all the candidate would be registered to provide to give vote, they all going to be displayed on the home page. Okay, in the index page. So let's start working on this, then we can work on this get vote. So before we start working on the index file, I decided to work on the other function, like let's create candidate functions, getting data for that. Okay, so let's work on that, and at the end we're going to create the function for the give vote. Okay, so let's call it candidate section, and the process is going to be the same like a create voter. Let's copy the entire thing and paste here, and we're going to change this name to set candidate, and the input is called candidate form, and we have the image, we have the URL, and we don't need to have a position. Is going to be age, and this come from candidate form. Here we have to change age, and we have to set the error. Here we are making the connection, and here we are uploading the data to the IPFS, and now here we have to do the changes to the position. Okay, so let's call it position in this way, because we have to keep the order in mind. Okay, so that's the order, and here we are passing the data, and here we are uploading to the IPFS. So let's come back here. As you can see, in the set candidate we are passing all these parameters. So address, age, that's all we have. So here we have to follow the same order. So here we are making that connections with our smart contract. So let's get rid of this, and so simply change the order. So this will name, and this is, let's call it IPFS. Okay, and at the end we'll call it IPFS. So these are the 5 parameters we are passing. So okay, and we are calling that set candidate function. So that's for our creating candidate, and we're going to redirect to the index page, home page. So let's simply pass the function here, so we can easily able to call it. And now let's start working on the other function, get the data, and this time we'll say get new data. It's gonna be async function, try and catch, and you guys know the drill. Okay, so I'll go a little faster here. Simply I have to make the connection, so I can copy the entire portion and paste here. Or you guys can do one thing, you guys can see that we are making this same, using the same code over and over again, so you can convert into a reusable function and just simply add it. But I'm going in this way. Okay, you can simply make it into a reusable functions, and you can use in all the functions, but I will go with this approach. Okay, so here I'm going to call the all candidate, I'll take a variable all candidate await smart contract, then I have to call the function. So let's come here, we need to get the get candidate. Okay, let's simply come down, we're going to console log out the all candidate data, and we're going to map on get candidate, and you guys know the drill. Set single candidate data wait contract dot, let's come back, what is the name of the function? Get candidate data. That's it. In this we'll go pass the address, and we're going to push that address to the push candidate, and we're going to pass that single candidate date. So now we're going to also take the index, because for vote we need to have index and we need to have the address. So I'm going to extract the index. So that's we have in single candidate data number 2 element, which is a index, and I'm going to use this to number function, so it will convert that number big number into a single digit. And now let's come down, let's let's get the length of the candidate. So we'll take another variable, this will call all candidate length and await contract, and what is the name of the function is get candidate length. So let's come back and simply call it. We're going to use that set candidate length, the state variable we have created, and simply pass that to number, so it will convert that. Okay, so where we got all the things, all the data for the get candidate, and we're going to pass it here. So we can easily able to call this function another component. Okay, so let's come up. So here, this is the voter array, and then this is the error, this is the error, that's also we have to pass. So let's close this one, and that's data we're going to pass. Now let's close this one, close this one, close this one, close this, close, copy this voter array and pass here, copy this voter length and pass here. So this is our data. Now voter address, so that's also we're going to pass here. Now let's come to the candidate current account will pass first. Now come here, candidate length, now we have the candidate array. So this is all the data, all the function we are passing, so we can easily able to call in other component. Okay, so that's what I have done. Okay, so let's high score and all these function here. Now let's come close this one, and let's come to here in the allow voter. So now what we're going to do, now we have already created the page for the voters creation. Now we have to create for the candidate. So simply copy the entire code and come here, go to this candidate register, and here we're going to paste the entire code. Because it's going to be similar, we have to make a couple of changes, but the rest design is going to be similar. Okay, so let's come up here. So let's come here. So here we are in the border sections, so we need to get this function get set candidate, come here in the registration, and here we have to change this to, so this is we have where it is, so here create voter, we have to say set candidate. Let's come back here and call the function here. So our function will receive the data. Now let's come to the get voter, and here we have this candidate form, and let's replace this to candidate form, and this one will also replace candidate form, and here we have to change this candidate form, and this will also become a set candidate form, capital C. Okay, simply copy this and let's scroll down. Here we have to change this to just together candidate form, and the rest is going to be the same. What else we need to change? So let's come here, let's go back to the register, just remove this to candidate registration, hit the tab, and as you can see everything is working fine. We have to change the title. Let's click on the upload data, and here we are getting this. Okay, we have to change this part as well. So let's scroll. Yeah, here we have to change this to, simply copy this candidate form and change this here. Okay, let's reload it, try to upload one more time, and as you can see the image is working fine. We can type the address, we can also call this one. Let's refresh one more time, and we have to change the title as well. So let's scroll up, where it is here. So this is, so here we have to change this to candidate. And here we have to say candidate. So as you can see candidate. Okay, everything's working fine. Let's do inspect element, and let's come here, expand this, and let's try to console log out the data. So we'll console log out the name, address, age, and URL. Okay, so these are the 4 data we're going to console log out. So let's try to upload it. Okay, we'll open that, upload the image. We're going to type the name Daulat Hussain. We'll type the, open the terminal, get the address. So let's scroll up and get an address. So let's copy this one. It has 1000 ether, that's a lot of money. Paste here, and the position is going to be high. Okay, let's call the function, and nothing is happening. Okay, so this is also working fine, this is also fine. Let's come up. Okay, we are loading to the IPFS. So why it's not working? So we have the functions. Let's reload that, try one more time. So we'll simply upload the image. So let's start. I know there is a rain going on, so you can see some background noise. Just ignore that. And let's give me the positions, call the function. Still it's not working. Why? Everything's look good in the code. Let me open the MetaMask and try to just, connection is also good, everything's looking good. Let's open the terminal. Position we have. Okay, we have to, let's make this change, age, and this is age. Let's come there, let's simply delete this artifact. Okay, delete the cache. We have to delete this ABI, close all that, open the terminal and restart the application. So npm hardhat node, deploy the contract. Here it is. Now simply open that in the live servers, click on 3000, and sorry, we have to get this artifact and drag it and drop into the context folder. So right now we don't have any error. Okay, let's save it and click and open it. Close this one. Here we are on the home page. Just reset the account. Okay, now go to the candidate registration. simply and try to make the call. Upload the data, give the name, address and the positions, whatever, and simply call the function. Still it's not working. Why? Okay, it's not working. We have to figure it out. And I'm not removing this error handling from this video because you guys can see also that we also sometimes trouble as a developing. So you guys can also see that no one is perfect. Everybody is make mistakes while developing this application, and we do face this kind of problem. So if you're facing this problem, don't get angry that you are not a good coder. It's nothing like that. Everyone's makes mistakes. So we have to find, and finding bug is a skill, like a high paying skill. People get a lot of money paid for finding bugs in the code. Okay, so don't be frustrated. Okay, so here we are on the registration page and we have to scan the code once again. So here we have the registration function. So I did one change. I found one problem in the code, and what I did, I simply copy and paste the entire code from allow voters to candidate registration, but I haven't changed the name to that functions. Okay, that's what I did. I changed the name candidate registration. Okay, so make sure you make this change and don't give the same name as you given in the allow voter. Okay, so this is the name I have changed. I have changed the age. Okay, these are the two changes I have done, and here I have also changed age, and here I have also changed the age. So these are the couple of changes I have done, and the rest is perfect. And here we are using the functions. So before we move ahead, so here what I have done, I have comment out the couple of codes, and I'm simply console logging out the data. Okay, to see everything is working or not. Okay, we are not making any connection with our smart contract. I was trying to find out what is the problem going on with the code. So those are the changes I have done. So I've changed the age position with age. I have changed the entire function name to candidate registrations instead of allow voter. Okay, so those are the two changes I have done. And here I'm just not connecting my smart contract, so I'm just trying to log out the data. Okay, so this is what I have done. Now let's try to get the data first. Let's type it and type this, call it, and here you can see now we can easily able to call the function and get the data. So make sure you do these changes, and here you can see image and all the data we can able to find. So now we have to do is, we're not going to use the same IPS function. We're going to create a separate IPF function for the candidate registration. Okay, so simply copy this and paste here, and simply change the name to candidate. Okay, so this is the function we're going to use for uploading the data for the candidate, and the rest is going to be the same. Simply copy the function, come back to here, and where we are first passed here, and let's come here and simply import the functions and remove this part and call the function here where it is here. So that's it. So these are the couple of changes you have to do. Registration candidate function main you have to change. You have to use the candidate IPFS and the age variables. So now we are good to go. So everything's working fine. These are looking good. This is also looking good, and this is our dynamic data. So make sure you pause the video and just compare a code with my if it's not working. Okay, so let's do that. Give the name and call the function. Here we have the data. Image is also working, and let's click the, now let's start working on the connection part. So let me comment out this. No, let's uncomment this, and here we are, everything's looking good. So let's console log out so let's change this name to candidate. Okay, this is also candidate, and that's what we're going to pass here, candidate. And now let's try to create the candidate. Click here, paste the data, and let's copy the address, position, and here we are getting all the data. It's working fine. Here is MetaMask is also open, And here we can easily able to interact with our smart contract. As you can see, it's working fine. Click on this, confirm, and finally it's working. Here you can see that finally we have registered one candidate in this applications, and now you can able to find all the data. It's a one because as I told you that this is a candidate section, so initially it's going to be start with one and later on it will keep increasing. So we have all this data. I hope you guys are familiar with this right now. Let's bring down and we're going to redirect that. Okay, so all the data we have here, let's close this and copy that, get new candidate, and let's call the function, pass here and simply call the function and reload the browser. And you can see here we are getting the data of the candidate. So same thing we have done, we have followed the same conventions and we are getting the data of the candidate. Means this function is also working. Let's console log out the number of the single candidate data, reload the page, and here you can see find the data of the single candidate. So this is also working fine. Okay, so all the functions are working fine for get new candidate. We have a set candidate functions and everything's look good. And let's close this one, zoom out. So we are done with this part. Now let's come up, and here we have the voter array and the data we are getting from here, get new candidates. And as you can see, this is where we have the data, and that data we are passing here, and that one is we are receiving here. So let's come here and let's try reload. Simply copy this and paste here, and we have to call the function get new candidate functions. So let's come and reload the page, and still we are not having anything. Okay, so let's inspect element, go to the console, and let's try to console log out the data. So it's a voter array, and reload the page. Still we have nothing, so we have an empty array. Why? So let's come to Voter.js, and here we have a single data. Here we have a candidate data. Let's come up, and that's the data we have here. Let's come here, console log out this, push voter, and here we get a couple of arrays, but still all of them are empty. Okay, that's simply remove this and close this one. Come here, simply console log out the data, simply paste here. So reload the browser, and here we are getting the data. So as you can see, we have all the data, but we are not getting into that voter array. Why? So we have the data in single data, and let's console out of that, and let's call that voter array, and still we are getting empty. Okay, let's call the push voter and let's try to find out. So this one is also empty, we don't have the data in this as well. And let's copy. So here we have voter, push voter, and let's simply scroll here, and we have to replace it. Okay, my bad. So it's a push voter. Okay, and now we are pushing the data inside that, and now we'll receive the data. So that's the one change you have to do. Make sure you have to add this push voter instead of push candidate. Okay, so right now if we reload the page, as you can see here, we are getting a image box and with the image name and data and details. That means we have the data, and because of that we are getting this. Okay, it's working. So let's come here, candidate registration, and here we have to add the data. Okay, so this is the image we have, this is the dynamic array. So let's come here and let's do one thing. Let's scroll up. So this is get new candidate. Okay, and this is a push voter. Okay, so it's a candidate, not push. Okay, so it's going to be a push candidate, not push voter. Okay, because this is the candidate function. So make sure you replace this, and simply here we have this data, and the data we are receiving here inside this, and that what we're going to pass here, and that what we'll receive in candidate registration. So let's scroll up and simply pass here candidate array. So this is the actual data which we have, not voter array. Okay, voter array will go to the voter list page. Okay, here we have to receive the candidate page, candidate data. And here, okay, so make sure this is the two change you have to do. First you have to change that push candidate instead of push voter, and import the data here in candidate registration, and that's what we're going to render. So simply change this. Okay, select this part, and we're going to call it element, and we'll take the number 3. So inside the data, the number 3 element is the image. Okay, so this is how we're going to take the data. And I believe that you guys are getting familiar with this because these are the repetitive thing. Okay, so let's come here and let's do the changes very quickly. So this is going to be a name, so we have number 1, and we have to display the ID as well. So this is going to be number 2, and we have to convert that ID to a number. Okay, now we have to display this. Okay, lm0, the name, and now we have to display the data. Okay, let's convert this to 0.10 ... and let's call this address. So these are the 3 data we are displaying on the, let's reload the page, and something's wrong. So it's console.log voter array. Okay, we have to remove that. Okay, so let's come back here, let's go up, and from here we have to remove this search console because there is no variable called voter array in this candidate registration form. So let's remove that and reload the page, and here you can see we are getting the data. We are getting the name, number, and time, and address. And you can notice one thing, that we are rendering 2 elements. So it's keep happening over and over again, but we are in a development mode right this now. When we convert into a production mode, that time you don't have this problem. Okay, so if you get this problem, simply reload the page, and here you can see it's gone. So whenever you have 2 renders, simply reload the page couple of times and you will have only 1. Okay, so right now everything's working. We can able to display the image, data, and the address. Okay, so this candidate registration page is looking fine, and this function is also working. Now simply come to allow voter, and we have to get the data. So get this voter array and come to allow voter, and we have to receive the data here. So simply paste voter array, copy this one, and simply scroll down, and that's the data we have to pass here. So we have already written the JSX part. Simply uncomment this, and we have the data in this. So let's come here and copy this URL and open a new tab and paste here. And this time we're going to open the allow voters, click, hit enter, and here we have that. So we are not getting any data. Okay, so let's come back, let's scroll up, come to Voter.js, let's come up here, close this one, and let's go to the, where is that function? So here we have get all voter data. So this is the function we have copied simply, and that function we're going to receive here because we want to call the function in that we have all the data. Okay, we're going to take a use effect, and inside this we're going to call the function. So we have the data right now. Let's reload the page, and still we are not getting the data. So I guess we haven't created any voter, that's why we are getting this. Okay, so let's create one. So we will select this image and just wait. So here we have the image. Now let's type the name. So it's gonna be a sync. I'm just giving this random name, a random text. Let's come here. You can type anything in your positions, like click on authorize voter and just wait. So why nothing is happening? So simply inspect element, go to console and try to look into that. Okay, so right now we have no warnings. We have 28 warnings, but this function is not working. So let's reload the page and let's try to create one more time. So we'll pick the image, this one, we'll give the name. Also, let's click this one more time and we'll give the name. This time I call it Daulat Hussain. Okay, let's open my terminal and get this account. Simply copy and paste here and just write the position. So whatever you can type in this. So I'll type sin and let's click on authorize. And the reason why it didn't work in the first time, because I just put a string, like in the address I put a random text. Okay, but we have to put the valid address. That's why it wasn't work in the first time. So as you can see, we put the valid details and our smart contract is working fine. Here we have the MetaMask. Okay, simply bring it here. Just wait, and here we are interacting with our smart contract. Just wait, click on this confirm, and here we are redirecting to the voter list page. That means we have successfully created the voter on this application. So that's why we have redirected to the voter list. So this function is also working fine. So let's go back and let's try to reload the page. But the problem is why the data is not displaying here. Just reload one more time. Still we are not getting the data. Let's open the MetaMask. And the transaction is successful. Okay, reload the page, come to search console, go to the voter, and let's try to see what's the matter here. Let's scroll down. So this is the function we have. Let's console log out the data, actual data of the voter array. Okay, that's the data we are displaying in our allow voter. Okay, so let's reload that. Let's do inspect element, go to console and just wait. And here we have an empty array. Why we don't have the data in the voter array? I think we are missing something. And it's absolutely normal when you work in a large applications like this. You will come across this problem. Generally what happen in the industry, you're going to have a specific portion of the entire applications. If you are into a smart contract development, then you will only focus on smart contract. If you're development in the logic part, like managing the state, then you will work in only that part. So when you're working like all alone in a big application like this, you will definitely do this kind of mistakes. So I'm not cutting this portion because I want to show you that this is how you have to debug. Because debugging, finding problems in the code is one of the greatest and high paying skill. Okay, so let's try to find out what's going on. So we still don't have the data. Let's come here and let's try to open this function, get all voter data, and let's try to look in this, what's the matter here. So this is the problem. Here we are pushing the data into the candidate, not in the voter array. So that's the problem. So this is what we have here. Okay, so simply copy this push voter, and we have to push the data into the push voter, not candidate. Okay, so simply replace this. This is a very simple mistake, and this happens because when you use the same code, when you do copy paste in your code, you definitely commit this kind of mistake. Okay, the push voter, now we'll have the data. Okay, so this is for all get candidate, and in that we'll passing that, and now we'll receive that data. So just reload the page and here you can see we have an empty array. Inside that we have two. So here you can see we are receiving the data and the voter we have created. Inside that we have all the data. So 0 is an index, then 1 is number, then our all details, address, image, big number, and false. So all the data we are getting about this individual candidate, sorry, voter. I'm just getting confused between the name of candidate or voter. Okay, so we have all this data, and here you can see we are rendering the dynamic block. That means our logic is working fine. Let's do inspect element one more time. And here we have the data. Simply select this and let's check that whether we are uploading the data into the IPFS or not. So remove this comma, come here and remove this comma and the number and hit enter. And here you will find all the details. Okay, name, address, image, all the data you will find here. And this is the image URL. So the entire data we are successfully loading to the IPFS, and we can easily able to fetch that as well. So let's come to the allow voters and let's close this candidate one and simply scroll down, and now it's time to render the actual data. So we'll select this portion and remove it. So it's gonna be element 4, and that we have the image. Now here we have to display the name, so it's element, and we have number 1. So number 1 is the name. So okay, I forgot what number was. So let's reload the page and open this. Inside that we have number 1 is the name, Daulat Hussain, and we have number 3 is the address. So let's put this, and here we're going to put the address. So LM, not WL, EL, and number 3 is the address. Okay, and what else we want to render? So as you can see we have the image displaying, and what else we want to display. So we don't have much information about the candidate. If you want the data you can take in, so if you want the data position data you were taking, you can display here, but I'm going to remove this portion. Okay, because I'm going to remove this data, the position data, from the allow voter. We're going to render that data on the voter list where we'll display all the voters are listed into this application. Okay, but for this time being we're going to display only this 3 data: image, address, and name. Okay, that's it. So simply select this portion and remove this. But there is a problem with this. As you can see, why this image are so big. Okay, this image are so big, we need to fix it. What's the problem here? So this is the image we have, and inside this it's good. And let's come here. Okay, we have to do here. Okay, we have to use this slice and make the address little short, only 10 characters, and now it will fix this bug. So as you can see now, right now it's looking good, and still we are rendering 2 dynamic data. It's the same duplicate data, but it's rendering 2 times. So as we are in the development, so we are rendering that, but in the production we don't have this problem. But if you still have this, reload the page and you will ready to go with this. Okay, so we have the name, we have the address, and we have the image. Okay, so it's rendering twice. So reload the page. So here you can see we got 1 after reloading the page. So keep reloading unless or until you not get that single data, or you can leave it and keep continuing working on the application. Okay, so this portion is working fine. So we are done with this voter, allow voter. Okay, everything is working fine. Simply close this one. So we are done with this part. Okay, now and come to here and go to index, and we should start working on the index part, because where we're going to render all the data of the candidate. Okay, let's come here, take that get new candidate function, and let's come to the voter. Simply copy this get new candidate and paste, and let's come to voter once again, and from here we have to receive the data candidate array. And what else we need? Let's come back, and we need like give vote, because where we user can give the vote. Okay, now let's come here and we have to get this check wallet connected. Okay, this is the function we're going to take. And what else? We're going to take the candidate length. Okay, So let's come here, and I think we are ready to do this. Okay, so we are good with this 5 data. If we need any more, we definitely go back. Okay, now let's come here and let's take a use effect, and in that we're going to call a couple of functions. The first function we'll call check if wallet is connected. Let's comment this out, okay, because right now we are not going to check it. Okay, we're going to do it later. So let's take a div, and it will have a class called home. Inside the div we're going to take a dynamic block, and we're going to check current account. So okay, so simply come here, go to voter section and copy that, because I don't want to make any spelling. So copy this current account, come here and paste here. So if there is an account, then we want to display this dynamic block. So in that we'll take a div. Okay, it will have a class called style dot winner. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot winner dash info. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot candidate list. Inside that we'll take a p tag. It will have a number candidate, so the total number of candidate we're going to display in this. We'll take a span. Okay, let's take a span, and inside that we're going to display the length of the candidate. So okay, candidate length. Let's come out of that div. We'll take another div. It will have the same class candidate list. Inside that we'll take the p, and this time called number voter. So I'm giving this short. If you want to design from with your end, you can do that. Okay, I'll take a span, and in this we're going to call the voter length. So actually we don't have that. So let's come here and copy that voter length and simply import it and paste here, so we can able to receive the data. So simply copy this one and paste here. So voter length is also available. Now let's come down. We'll take another div, and it will have a class called style winner message. Inside that we'll take a small tag, and inside that we're going to display the countdown component. Okay, and we're going to pass a date. So you can pass any value, but this value we're going to change dynamically from our smart contract. Okay, I'm just giving this random value. Okay, so let's close this one. So let's come down, and now we have to take the cart component. Okay, so as you can see, we have already imported the cart component, and now we have to send the props, all the data as a props, paste here, and we have the candidate data. What else? Now we have to give this function also, not inside. Simply cut this one and set it as a prop. So we are sending this data, and we are sending this give vote function into our cart component. Okay, so let's come here, copy this, open a new tab, paste here, and simply remove this. Go to home page. Okay, hit enter, because this is where we're going to render all the candidate data. Okay, and actually current account is not defined. Why it's so? So let's come back and have a look. It's not defined. So let's come here. So everything is happening good. Simply copy this portion, and here we have to import it. Okay, actually we are not importing it. Copy and simply paste here. Don't forget to give this comma, otherwise it will give you an error. So if we reload the page, just wait, everything is working fine. We don't have anything. Actually we are not rendering anything. Okay, that's why we can't see anything. Let's console this, and as you can see we have an array. It's a 0, and this one is coming from candidate registration page. Okay, so don't need to worry about it. Let's come here. Here we have the MetaMask. Let's reload the page, come back. So let's come here, give voter, go up, and we have to copy that functions, and we have to just click on this, activate this one. So if we roll on the page, you can see that our MetaMask is working, and you can see right now we are connected with our application or with our MetaMask. So once I connected with my MetaMask, you can see the data that number of candidate is 1, number of voter is no, and the time we have set. Okay, so earlier it was happening because we were not calling the check MetaMask connected functions. Once we call the function, and here automatically we are getting connected with this application, and we can able to see all the data. You can see all this data we are getting, number of candidate we have created, number of voter we have created, and the time we have defined. Okay, you can tweak this time. So let's come here, and that's working fine. Let's open this, go to the component sections, and here we have that card component. Okay, so this card component will display all the data of the candidate. So let's come down and let's import couple of things. So first thing, we're going to take the image. Now we have to do internal import. So it's gonna be a style sheet that's coming from the same card component. Now we have to import the images, all the images we have, and that's coming from dot, and that's coming from assets. Okay, inside that we have all the images. So inside this we're going to receive the props. So first thing is candidate array, second thing is going to be give vote. I believe that you guys are familiar with this all, that's why I'm going a little faster. Okay, so we have this two props. Simply cut this and take a dynamic block, and we have to take a div, and then we'll take a class and it will call card. Inside that we'll take another dynamic block. We'll check if there is a data array, then we'll map over it. Okay, we need to instantly return this one, and we'll take a div, we'll close it, and we'll simply take a class and we'll call card box. Okay, we'll take another div, it will have a class called style dot image, and inside that we're going to take an image tag, and here we're going to display the image. Okay, so we'll have that data inside the element number 3, and we'll call it profile. You can call it whatever you want. Let's come down, we'll take another div, and it will have a style dot card info. We'll take h2 tag, and inside this we're going to take this element number 1, and we also display the id of that candidate. So that's inside the element number 2. Okay, and we have to convert that into a number, so that's why we are using two number function. We'll take a p tag, and it will have a element number 0 0, and in that we're going to display the address. Okay, simply remove this one, address dot, and we have to render the address of the candidate, so it's element number 6, and we have to slice it down and slide it down to 30 characters only. Okay, so simply come down, we'll take another p tag, and we'll assign a class called to total. Okay, and inside that we're going to display this message total vote. Okay, let's come down, we'll take another div, it will have a class called style dot card vote. Okay, in that we're going to display the total number of vote this candidate is getting. Okay, and this data will keep updating. So that data we have inside the element number 4, and we have to convert the data to 1. So come down and take another div, it will have a class, and we'll call it card button. Inside that we'll render a button, and it will have a on click functions, and here we're going to call that give vote functions. And inside this we have to pass two parameters. So we're going to take this dynamic data, so we'll take id, which is inside element number 3, and we have to convert it into a number, and we have to also pass the address, so address, and that's inside a element, so elem, and that data is available in element number 6. So in this what we are doing, so on the click event we are passing this two data. Number 1 is the id, number 2 is the address, and that's two parameter we need to give vote, okay, to the candidate, and that's two data we are passing. So let's call it give vote. And as I told you guys that my e is not working, so if I miss any e's, make sure you guys put the right spelling from your end. So this is the function we have, that's the data we are passing for giving vote. So that's our JS part. Let's come here and let's reload the page. As you can see, we have created one candidate and we can easily able to render the data. So we have the name, we have the time, the positions he have provided, we have the address, we have the total, and we have the total vote he has received is 0 because, okay, that's data we are displaying here. Everything is dynamically, okay, and this will keep updating. Simply come here, go to this card component, and let's style this component. Okay, so let's make this side by side so you guys can see what we are working on. Okay, so we'll target the card and we'll assign a width is going to be 100%, and display is going to be grid template column repeat 3 1fr because we have to render 3 components, and gap is going to be 2. We'll take another card box and we're going to assign the color to our second primary. We'll take the border shadow box shadow, sorry, and 10 pixels 10 pixels 15 RGB 000 3.35. okay, so that's the data we are assigning to our card box. So why this styles are not taking place? Let's come here, and this is the card we have. Close this one, get this card box, come here and just try to replace it. Everything's look cool. Okay, here is the problem. We have to remove this and we have to import the style file. So import style from dot slash card modules. Okay, so finally we have connected our style module for card, and now let's start styling. So this is how it will look on a desktop, and this is how it will look on a mobile phone. So let's assign a color, and this is going to be our third primary color. We'll assign a text align is going to be center, overflow hidden, border radius is going to be 0.5 ram, and this is how it will look in the center. Come down and let's add a media query so we can see what we are working on. Okay, so we'll take a media query. Width is going to be max width is going to be, let's say, 35 em, and we're going to target the card component, and grid template column is going to be 1fr. okay, so it's looking perfect on a mobile device. Now let's target the image. Width is going to be 100%, and render that. It's look good. Now let's target the tag info, card info, and line it is going to be 1. Padding is going to be 0.1 ram. Oh, sorry, 0.1.5 ram. Card vote is going to be, let's say, color. Our primary color. Okay, so here we have that color. Okay, let's come down, let's get the total, and we'll have a background, our primary color. We'll assign a padding 2.5 ram. We'll assign a border radius 2. And we'll assign a font width is going to be 100, and letter spacing is going to be 1. Color is going to be completely white, and text decoration is going to be uppercase. Let's come here, reload the page, and here you can see total vote. Come down and let's target the card vote P, and font size is going to be 1.5 ram. Let's come down and we'll target the card button, and we'll have a margin bottom 2 ram, and padding is going to be 0.5 ram, and here we have some space from the bottom. We'll get the card button and we'll target the actual button, and background color is going to be primary. Box shadow is going to be 10 pixels 10 pixels 15 pixels, and RGBA 0035. We have a border none, padding 1.5 ram and 1 ram. Font size is going to be 1 ram. Font width is going to be 500. Color is going to be white. Border radius is going to be 2 ram, 0.2 ram. Cursor pointer, you can see this look perfect. everything's looking good. Okay, so we are done with this cart component and its styling part. Simply cut this and cut this as well. And now we have to work on the index CSS file. So open this one, go to the, close this one first, close this one and close this one, and go to the index module CSS file. And now we have to style this. So come here and come copy this home, and let's assign width is going to be 70%, margin 0 auto, so it will be in the middle, and margin block is going to be 2 RAM. So let's refresh it. This is how it will look on a mobile device. Looks quite phenomenal. Let's take a winner, and margin block is going to be 3 RAM. Display grid template column, repeat 2, 1 FR. Gap is going to be 2 RAM. So here we have some space and they are perfectly aligned. Let's come down and we'll target the winner info. We'll call it background color 231E, our second primary color. Now let's get the padding 1 RAM. Border radius is going to be 0.2 RAM. Display grid template column, repeat 1F2 FR, and gap is going to be 1 RAM. A line item is going to be center, so this is for the banner and looking perfect. So let's come down and let's give the media query. We'll target the, let's say, mid, and max width is going to be 35 EM, and we'll target the home. Width is going to be 90%. Winner will have a grid template column, repeat 1 FR. Okay, so we want to render only one in a row. Okay, one in column, sorry. So why the stylings are not taking place? Reload that, and still we are having the same one. Let's come up. So this is the winner info. Let's come down. Let's winner message. Okay, font size is going to be 5 RAM, and top is going to be 43%. Left is going to be 50%, and translate minus 50%. So not outside, 50% minus 50%, so it will be in the middle. Now we have to take the position is going to be absolute. Reload the page, and here you can see, here we have that. So let's target the span and a message, and this one is going to have a background color. Okay, so we have to add the second primary color, provide the E. Now we have to take the padding 2 RAM. We have to target the border radius is going to be 0.2 RAM, and font size is going to be 1.5 RAM. Colors is going to be our third color, and line height is going to be 0. Position is relative, so here you can see it's in the middle, but it's quite big. We're going to fix that with the media query. Okay, so let's come here, let's come down. We'll target the candidate list, and it will have a background color. So the color is going to be the primary color, and font size is going to be 1 RAM. Padding is going to be 1.1 RAM and 1 RAM, and candidate list is going to be P. Font width is going to be 600, and candidate list P, the other one, so not P, it's a span, and its color is going to be our second primary color. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM. Margin left is going to be 0.5 RAM. Color is going to be our third primary color, and border radius is going to be 2.2 RAM. So let's reload it. This is how it will look. You can see nice background color we have. Now let's come into the media query. We target the winner messages small with 1A. Font size is going to be 2 RAM. So why this media query is not working? Let's come here. Everything's look good. this is how it will look on a desktop, as you can see. So there is a true problem in this one. The background color is lightish, but we need our second primary color. So this is how it will look on a desktop, and why it's not taking place the changes. Okay, so this is how it look. As you can see, perfect component, we can see one, and the data is displaying. So let's come back. The first thing, we have to change the background color. So I misspell it, the color name. So as you can see right now, we have got the actual background color. Okay, reload the page and it's working fine, but our media query is not working. Okay, let's expand this number to something else. So as you can see, and here we have to do one changes. Sorry, it was my bad. So you have to provide a space between and your media query. Okay, so once you provide the space, everything's look good. As you can see, this is the space you have to provide. So this is how it will look on a mobile device, and this looks absolutely phenomenal. As you can see, this is how it on desktop and mobile phone. So we have the registered candidate and the data is displaying. We have one candidate and that the data we are displaying. Okay, so let's close this one index CSS file, and let's close this one as well. Come here and go to the NavBar and let's start working on this. Okay, so we need to import couple of things from React. So first one is use state and use context. We need to import image, and that's coming from next image. We'll import from next link. So link from next link. Now we have to import the, let's go icons which we are using. So all fill lock, and that's coming from React icon/AI. And we want to display one more icons, so it's AI fill unlock. So these are the two icons coming from React. Now let's do internal import. So first thing we have to do is to simply come here in the voter sections, and we have to import our context. So come up here, voting context, and paste here, and that's coming from //. That's coming from context/voter. Okay, now we have to import the style file, and that's coming from our same directory. So NavBar module. Okay, we have to import the loader, which is our logo exactly, and that's coming from the // simply cut this and get out of that, and here we have the asset. Inside the asset we have this loading gif. Okay, so still we have to provide this from. So right now it's look good. Let's come down. So here we have to simply pass the data. So what are the things we need? So let's come here. We need this connect wallet, and that's, we have to use the use context, and inside that we're going to call this voting context. We need a error message, and we need a current account. So let's come here and just simply copy and paste here current account. Let's come down, and we have to take a use state. Okay, so this will call open nav, and initially it will be true. Let's come down, we'll take a function, we'll create a function called open navigation, and it's gonna be a error function. We'll check if open nav is true, then we have to set it to false, and if it is false, okay, then we have to set it to true. Okay, in this way we can easily able to open and close our navigation. Let's come here to the JSX, and we have to create that. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called style dot navbar. Inside that we'll take a dynamic block, will check for error. So error, if error is equal to empty, if the error is equal to empty, then in that case we don't need to display anything. Okay, but if there isn't a something in the error, then we have to display this pop-up module. Okay, so we'll take a div, and it will have a class called style dot message. Okay, box. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a class called message, and in that we'll have a p tag, and we're going to render the error message. Okay, so whatever error will happen in our application, whether it's related to user, candidate, voting, or registration, that all data will display here. All the data will come to the navigation, and from there we go to display inside this error. Take a class style. So and this will call NavBar dash box. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot title. Inside that we'll take a link, and in this we're going to take the href attribute and we'll pass the data. So first one is going to be the path name to the home page. Okay, and that's it. And inside that, here we're going to render the image, which is our logo. So we'll take the arc and we have the loading image. So simply copy this and paste here. We have to assign the all tag. So it's gonna be a logo. Width is going to be 80 and height is also going to be, let's say height, not height, 80. Okay, so this is the width and height we are assigning. Okay, we are done with that. Let's come up here. Let's come here. We'll take another div. It will have a class called connect, and in this we're going to check whether our current account is there. If it has a current account, then we want to display this dynamic block. It will have another div and it will have a class. So let's remove this. Let's take this class. We'll have a, let's say, style dot connect flex. Okay, and we'll take a button. So it will have an on click function and we'll call the function. So they will call this open navigation function. Okay, and in this we're going to render the current account, and we have to slice it. Okay, slice it to, let's say, call it 10 characters, not more than that. Okay, so this is our first dynamic block, and here we have to render one more thing. So we have to render the span, and inside that we're going to check for one more thing. So open, and in this we're going to render the icon. Okay, so and it will have a on click function, and we have to call it open navigation. So we are adding the on click function on the icon so we can open and close the navigation. Okay, why we are getting this error? So let's check error. Okay, let's take this one, and inside that we're going to display another icon. So if navigation is closed, then we have to display the close icon, but if it open, then we have to display the open icon. So here we have to check for the icons. Okay, and this will also have this on click function. Okay, so simply paste here, and okay, so what's wrong? So what's wrong here? We have to call it open nav. Sorry, this is the mistake I made it, but still we are getting this error. Why? Okay, I forgot to provide this close bracket, and now as you can see it's working fine. We have no error in that. So here we have the error because we have to provide this one. So right now we don't have any error and everything is working fine. And here we're going to render the second button. So button, and it will have a on click function, and this time we're going to use the connect wallet function. So we can pass it if the user is not connected, and we'll call it connect wallet. Okay, simple. Let's close this one. Here we have the second button. So everything's looking good, and here we have to choose the changes. Okay, I made a spelling mistake. It's not AIL, it's AI, and that's the changes you have to do, and simply change here AI. So our icon is fine. Let's see what else. Everything's look good. Now we have to render the list, the navigation, actual navigation. Okay, so we'll take another dynamic block and we'll check if open, then we want to render our dynamic block. So it will have a div and it will have a class called style dot navigation. Inside that we'll take a p tag and it will have a link, and we have to provide the path and we want to redirect to the home page. Okay, so still we are getting this error. Why? And we'll call it home. So just remove this bracket, okay, curly braces, and it's fine. Copy and paste, and this time we have to call it this candidate registration. So we want to redirect to the registration page. As you can see here, we have the pages, okay, where we want to redirect the user, okay, and we'll call it, let's say, candidate registration. Copy and simply copy this one and paste one more time, and now we want to redirect to the voter registrations, and simply select this and allow voter, okay. Copy and paste voter list, and here we have to say voter list. So we are done with this navigations. Everything's look good. This is our dynamic blog, and this is the first dynamic blog, and these are the second one. So everything's looking good. Let's come here and go to this style sections, and let's start styling this portion. Here you can see this is how it's look right this moment, and right now we are connected. That's why you can able to see the address of the account. So let's come here and let's get styling. So first we'll target the NavBar, and we assign a width is going to be 100%, height is going to be 5.5 RAM, background color is going to be our second primary color, box shadow is going to be 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 15 pixels, RGBA 000 3.0.35, okay. Now margin bottom is going to be 2 RAM, title is going to be cursor pointer, navbar box width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto, display flex, align item center, justify content space between, and let's say color is going to be completely white. Let's target that connect. Background color is going to be our primary color. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 2 RAM. Border radius is going to be 0.2 RAM. Cursor pointer, simply copy this box shadow and paste here, okay. So right now you can see this is how it's look. Now we have to add position relative, target the navigation, and position is going to be absolute. Background is going to be our primary color. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. Width is going to be 15 RAM. Left is going to be 0. Top is going to be 3 RAM. Border is going to be 0.2 RAM. Z index is going to be on top of everything, so 111. And connect button. So background color is going to be transparent, and border is going to be 0. Font size is going to be 1 RAM. Color is going to be completely white, and font width is going to be 600. Cursor pointer. So it's look perfect. As you can see, our icon is also getting open and close, working fine, and we can able to see our navigation also. So as you can see, open, close, working fine. Let's come down. Let's get the connect, flex, and display is going to be flex, justify content space between, align item center. Let's get the span, and font size is going to be 2 RAM for the icons, and let's get the left is going to be 1 RAM. So as you can see, this is look big, and we can able to see the close and open state. So let's come down and we'll get the message dash box. Top is going to be 50%, left is going to be 50%, transform translate minus 50%, padding is going to be 5 RAM and 3 RAM. Background color is going to be our primary color, and a position is going to be absolute. Z index completely 111. Border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Font size is going to be 2 RAM. Okay, so it's look perfect. Open and you can see all the data is working fine. Let's come here, add the media query. So and max width 35 em. NavBar width is going to be 100%. Height is going to be 7 RAM. NavBar box margin top is going to be 1 RAM. Margin box message box width is going to be 80%. And font size is going to be 1.3 RAM. Padding is going to be 2 RAM, 1 RAM. Top is going to be 50%. So as you can see, we have some space on the top. Okay. So simply comment this, and now it's looking perfect. And let's call it 6. So that's look perfect. 5.5 looks better. So this is how it will look on a desktop. As you can see, nice navigations. Our logo is also popping up, and we have the address and the log button. Simply click open and close, working fine. Let's bring this. So navigation is looking absolutely stunning. So with this, I think we are done with this entire navigation portion. Let's cut this all. We are here in the voter section, and let's give a final check. So let's click on MetaMask. Here we have the MetaMask. Simply log out this, reload the page, and here you can see we can't see any data, and it says that please install MetaMask and connect and reload. So here you can see the MetaMask wallet is already getting open because we have called that function that whenever there is no address, this check if wallet is connected function will automatically get triggered. Okay, and you can see our MetaMask pop-up. We can simply bring it here and we can put the details and log into this applications. So let me type the password and click on log. It's reloading, and here we are back into the application, and we can able to see all the data. Okay, simply reload it and one more time, and here you can see we have the candidate data. It's displaying. We have our navigation, the account, and the menu. Everything is displaying dynamically. So that's working absolutely fine. So I guess we are done with the index page with this. Now let's come here, close this component, and let's close all this, and let's come to the voter card. Okay, so we are done with the index page, and we have styled the voter candidate card. Now let's start working on the voter card. So come down, we have to import couple of things. First one is image, and that's coming from next image. And I believe that you guys are getting familiar with this entire component, that how you have to work with Nextjs. Okay, there are some imports you have to, which is very common, and you have to do it for using it. Okay, now let's do internal import, and we're going to import the style file, and that's coming from the same directory, not inside the, let's say where it is, card. And we have this card modules because we're going to use some styling from the candidate card and some styling for this card voter card. Okay, so we're going to use two CSS file. So let's import the images, all we have inside dot dot and dot dot. So inside the assets we have all the images, and inside that, no, let's leave it like this, and we have to import the voter card styles, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, so let's come here and close this all, and here we are back into the voter list because this is the place where we're going to render that voter card component. Okay, so here we are back into the voter list page, and here we have to import couple of things from React. So first one is use state and use effect and use context. Let's come down and let's do internal import and import, and we have to import our voter card component, and we have to import the style file, and that's coming from our style voter list. Okay, Now we have to import the our voting context. So this is coming from context voter. So we got the data internal import. Now let's come here. We have to use this use effect, and in that we're going to call this function. Okay, so let's come here, and first thing we have to do is to get this function get all voter data. Okay, come here and we have to pass it inside this, but before we use it we have to get the function. So we'll use this use context, and in that we're going to pass this voting context, so in that way we can able to access the functions. Now let's import the voter array data. We have the data of the voters, and now let's start working on the JSX. We'll take a div, and inside that we're going to render this voter card component, and so make it capital, copy and paste. Okay, in this we're going to send the props. So we have this voter array data, and that will pass it inside this. So in this way we can able to receive the data. Let's assign the class to, let's call it voter list. Okay, so that's pretty much for the voter list page. Okay, voter list page. So let's come here, voter card, and let's start working here. So first thing we have to do is to import the props. So here we have to receive the props which we have sent in the card component, and let's take this dynamic block, and we'll have a class called style dot card. Inside that we'll take this dynamic block voter array, and we're going to map over it. Okay, so lm id, and we're going to instantly return this, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot card box, and in that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot image. Inside that we'll take a image tag, normal image tag, and in that we're going to render the image. So it has a element number 4, and all tags are going to be profile photo. Okay, we'll come out of the div, we'll take another div, and it will have a class dot card info. In that we have to render this h2 tag, so it will have a name, and we have to display the id. So it's a 0, and we have to convert it to a number. Let's come down here. We go to display the address, so element, and which is a number 3, and we have to slice it down. So we want to display only 30 characters, not more than that. Let's come down, we'll take another p tag, and this will call details. Okay, sorry. And let's come down, and we'll take another class, and here we call voter card style dot vote status. So whether that this candidate is given the vote or not, that's what we're going to render here. Okay, so here in this we'll take this, it's number 6. Okay, if it's true, then we have to say that you already voted, but if it's false, then we have to say no voted. Okay, so that's the data for the candidate. Okay, so here we are back on the index page. Now let's copy and open a new tab, paste here, and go to the voter list page. Okay, simply render this, and here you can see we are getting 2. It's rendering twice, but this card looks good. Okay, so we have the name, we have the address, we have the details, and we have not voted. That means this voter is not given the vote, that was displaying not voted. Okay, so we are displaying the details. Let's come here and go to the card. Okay, let's start working on the CSS file. So first we are designing the voter card component. Okay, so now let's come here, we'll target the voter status, and its background color is going to be, let's say, our primary color. Okay, we'll take the padding 0.5 ram and 1 ram. Let's say font size is going to be 1.3, color is going to be completely white, and font width is going to be 700. Border radius is going to be 2.2 ram. So let's reload the page. As you can see, nice background color we have. So let's close this one, Close this one, and everything's look good, everything's working fine. Let's come here and simply go to this voter list style file. Okay, so voter list style file, and now let's start styling that. So we'll target the voter list, and it will have a width to 70% for the desktop and margin 0 auto, margin block is going to be 2 RAM. Let's save it, and this is how it will look. As you can see, nice and beautiful. Let's come down, let's add the media query. So 35 em voter list, and on a mobile device we want to have the width to around 85%. So this looks perfect. As you can see, nice and beautiful. We have all the details, and this is how it will look on a desktop. You can see perfectly aligned, it's working fine. Okay, so let's click on this. As you can see, we are getting the data because we are logged into this application, and we can able to see the navigations, and we can switch to home page, and here we can see the data of the user, of the candidate. So let's reload the page, and here we have one, and here we have the navigation is all open because I have set the state to true. If you don't like to be open whenever someone visit this application, you can turn it to false. Okay, and here we have one candidate but no voter. So let's reload that. Okay, let's click on this voter list. So something's wrong, problem, we can't able to navigate to the voter list page. Okay, so there is something wrong. So this is one, we have no data here. Let's come back, go to this page and go to this index where we have that this is the length, voter length. Okay, let's close this one. We have the date and we have everything here. Let's go to this component and card. We are passing these two data. Expand this, come to voter page. This is the function we have to start writing. Okay, give vote. Let's zoom it. So here we have to copy this one because we have to make the connections, and simply paste here. Come down. Now we'll take a variable called voter list await. We have to take the contract and we have to call the vote. Let's come here, open the contract, and this is the functions where it is, this one, vote. In that we have to pass two parameter. Okay, so let's come here, we'll take another variable, it will call voter address, and that's coming from id.address. Okay, id.address, that's what we are passing here, and simply replicate it, and this will call id, and here we have to change id, and that's coming from the button. Okay, give vote, and that we're going to pass here into this voter. Okay, voter address and voter id. So in this way we can able to give vote to the candidate. Okay, let's console log out the voted list. So here we have this vote, give voter function. So let's reload the page. Here is the navigation, close it, and here we are on the index page. Let's click on give vote, and here we are getting this error message. That's perfect and absolutely normal. So okay, is not a function, not a big deal. Let's come back to the here, and it's not a number. So simply do one thing, and this is also fine, no spelling mistake. Reload it, give vote, still we are getting this one. Okay, just okay, I found the mistake. It's not element number 3, it's element number 2, and that's the big number. Okay, that's the id. So make sure you do the change, element number 2. And let's come here, reload the page, again. Here we got it. Now close this one and call the function. Click, wait, Okay, nothing is happening. Why so? Let's reload the page, close it, and click on this voter registrations. Okay, so voter registration, we can't able to see the page because we have given the wrong page. Okay, so let's come to the NavBar JSX, and here we have to change this. Okay, it's called voted voters, allow voter, sorry, allowed voter, not, it's called allow voter. I forgot to add the E. Okay, so now it will work. Actually, we don't have this page. Okay, so let's come to home now, click on voter registration, and we can see it's working fine. Let's create a user, and we are getting this error uploading IPFS. So we are having some problem. Let's come here. While creating voters, we were getting error related to the IPFS. Okay, so what I have done, I have restarted my applications and deleted the artifact cache and the contract ABI and put the smart contract, and let's check where. So make sure if you still getting that error, make sure you do the same. Restart the application, delete all the files, deploy the smart contract, and try one more time. Okay, so here you can see that we have one candidate and we have one voter as well, but our voter data is not displaying. Okay, so let's come back. Here we are back in our voter. Let's come here. This is voter. Come to index, and we have to pass the function get all voter data, and simply copy that, and we have to call this function here as well. Okay, because we were not calling this get all voter data here in the index form. So now it will work. So save it, come to the browser and reload the page, and here you can see we have one voter and one candidate. So we can easily able to display that on the home page, and everything is looking good. Close this one, open up your MetaMask and click here and log out from this applications, and let's re-log into this application. Okay, simply reload the page. Here you can see that our check if wallet function is working fine, and we can able to open the MetaMask, and here we are getting this something went wrong while fetching the data, and that's because we are calling that get all voter data into the index folder. Okay, so this is a small fix we have to do, which we'll keep for the later. Okay, let's right now focus on this. So bring this part here and simply log into the application, click on log, click here, and here you can see we can able to have the data. Reload the page, and boom, here we can able to get the data of the candidate. Okay, that's working fine. Simply come back to your code editor, and this is our connect wallet function which is working. Let's bring the terminal up. So we have built all the logic, our application is 100% working, and now we're going to do the final test. Okay, so let me clear the terminal, and we'll type npx hardhat node and clear this part as well. So here we got all the account list, and delete this one as well, and make sure delete the artifact. Oh, I have to delete the entire folder, not the file. So simply delete this artifact. Okay, and yes, skip, but delete permanently, and we have to delete this cache. Click on this. Okay, so let's hit enter, and let's deploy the smart contract. And here we deploy our smart contracts, and we have to take this ABI and drag into this context where it is there. Move. Okay, now we have to restart our application. So type simply npm run dev, hit enter, click on localhost 3000. So as you can see, this is how the application is looking right this moment, because we are already logged into this application. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me open my MetaMask and simply log out and reload the page. Right now you can see we are still getting this error message, but we're going to fix that, and we're going to handle error globally. Okay, our MetaMask pop-up is open. Now we can log into this application. Simply type your login credential. So let me type my, and reload the page. And this is, we are back into our application. Okay, so we have 0 voters, 0 candidate. This is the navigations which we have designed, and let's click on this home. We are on home page. Let's click on candidate registrations, and this page is also working fine, as you can see. Let's come here, let's click on voter registration page, and this one is also working fine, looking fine. Let's come here, click on this voter list, and right now we don't have any voters, so that's why it's empty. Let's come here in the voter registration, and let's create the voter. Okay, so let's click here and click on creator, and here you can see we can easily able to upload the image to the IPFS, and we are fetching that. Now let's give the name, let's call it Shweb Bhai, and from here we're going to copy account address and paste, and here we can types, let's say candidate 1. Click on authorize candidate. Here we have our pop-up MetaMask. Here we are making connection with our smart contract. Click on confirm, and here you can see something wrong, creating voter. Okay, we are getting this error, not a problem. Come here, reload the page, and can you guess why this problem happened? Because while I was checking, I didn't clear my MetaMask. Okay, so when you switch between the accounts, you have to reset your MetaMask. Sorry, it's just, as you can see, transaction failed. Come here, go to the settings, go to advanced, and reset account. So make sure whenever you change your account, you have to reset that. Okay, if you don't do that, otherwise it will throw an error. Okay, so make sure you do that if you get an error. So let's reload the page, and let's create the candidate and type Shweb Bhai, paste the account, and type simply first candidate, authorize, and here we have MetaMask, confirm, and you can see here we are redirected to the home page, and we are successfully created the candidate. You can see here we have candidate, and it's rendering twice. Okay, let's reload the page, and here we have one candidate. So you will find that it's will render twice. So whenever it happens, make sure you reload the page, because we are in the development, that's why we are having. But when we upload this website on a hosting platform, on that time we don't have this problem. Okay, so we can able to create candidate. We can see we can easily able to update the data, candidate 1, and we had displaying all the data, so address and voter count and voter button. Okay, we have count 1. Let's come here and let's create one more. Here you can see here we are also displaying the data. Let's click here, click on this, and give a name. Let's call it Daulat Husam this time, and from here we will pick this account, paste here, and type coding time and authorize candidate. Come here, bring it down and confirm, and here we have the candidate we have created. Let's reload the page, and you can see Daulat Hussain, ID, address, and total voter counts. So we have created 2 candidates. Now let's create voter. Okay, let's come here and let's create voter. So this time we're going to take the address. So I'll open my MetaMask, and I want to authorize myself, my account. You can do this in the smart contract, but here I'm just going in this way. Okay, you have both the options. So simply copy the address which you want to authorize. So I'll pick an image, and this time we are not getting any error while uploading to the IPFS. Okay, I'll give a name called Jim time, and I will paste the address, and I'll call it Hey Daulat and authorize voter, and here I can authorize the voter. So just wait, come and click on confirm, and here we have made the transaction successfully and created the voter. So let me reload the page, and here you can see we have the voter. It's running twice. Reload one more time, and right now we have one. So we have name, address, and details, and you can see it's not there. It's a newly registered voter, so that's why it said not voted. Okay, let's click on this, and let's come to voter register one more time. So here you can see here we are also displaying the data. Click on this, let's create one more, and so this time I'm going to take this. Let's come here, go to MetaMask, And this time I'll take the account number 2, copy the address, come back to account number 5 and close this one, and let's give a name. This will call swap by address, and let's type something science authorized voter. Bring it here. Simply scroll down and click on confirm, and here we have created our second voter. So let's reload the page, and it's rendering 4 times, but you can see we have this swap by and gym time. And now after reloading the page we have two, gym time and swap by with details. And now they can now these two accounts can give votes. So let's come here, let's go to the home page. Okay, and here you can see 2 candidate, 2 voters. So data is updating, and here we are back, and now we can give vote to any one of these candidates. So I'm into my account number 5. Okay, so let's come here and let me show you. Click on this. So here I'm on account number 5 and I'm going to give vote. So I'll click on this give vote. Here is MetaMask. Here I'm interacting with this my voter functions, and I will click gas all, confirm, and now I have to reload the page. And here, boom, you can see that I have successfully given the vote to this swap by. Okay, my account. Okay, it's working. Let's come back MetaMask, and this time I'm going to switch the account. So account number 2, and have to make the reset account, otherwise it will throw an error. And now I will reload the page and I can make a vote. So let's come here, let's click on give vote, bring this, and account, this is account 2, let's click on confirm. Now reload the page, and here you can see account 2. So swap by got 2 votes and it's working fine. So swap by is getting 2 votes, and here we are back into the voter list. Reload the page, and here you notice one thing, that swap by gym time is already given the vote, which is me, and swap by, which is the account number 2, both have given the votes, and we have this message that you already voted. Okay, so this function is also working. Okay, the data is also working, and we can easily able to change the state variable of our smart contract. Okay, so we have defined the status, whether the candidate have given the vote or not. Okay, so it's also working fine. Reload the page, and everything's working fine. So let's come here, let's see, this is also working. Let's see the responsiveness, and this is how it will look on a mobile device. It's looking stunning. Open, close, open, close. This is how it will look on a bigger screen. Okay, let's come to search console, and you can see that we are getting few errors. So when I try to give vote second time, okay, give vote, I get this error. So our error handling is also working. We are not able to give vote second time. With this, we are done with this project, and this project is not 100% completed yet. So we have written all the function for the smart contract. We are communicating with our smart contract. So I just want to give you a 2 work. You have to write a function for finding the winner for this context, and that's a very simple function. Only 3 lines of code you have to write in your smart contract, and you have to define one state variable for updating this timing. Okay, so those are the 2 functions you have to write. And the reason why I'm not writing in this video, because I want you to do a little bit effort from your end. Okay, everything I would write from my end, then that will become simply copy and paste. So just take your 1 or 2 day time, write down that 2 functions and leave in the comment sections. So if I get enough comment, if I see that you guys are really involved in this project, then definitely I'm going to make a second part of this. In that part, we're going to add a lot of functionality. Like we're going to add 4 to 5 more functionality in this. We're going to do the smart contract auditing. So this contract is working, but it's not 100% secure. Okay, so that auditing we're going to do in the next video. So if I see that you guys are really getting any value from this project, then I would continue with this project, and I will talk about the auditing, that how you can prevent this hacker to hack the smart contract and take the advantage of it. So how you can make secure, what kind of tools you can utilize, and then we're going to talk about the global error handling for the smart contract. Okay, so those are all things we're going to do, but I want you to take 1 or 2 days time and try to include as many functionality as you can from your end. Think about it, that what else you can add into this applications. Okay, it could be anything. I just want you guys to give your suggestion in the comment section so I can read that, and I'm going to build those functionality. Okay, if you guys can build, that's good. You guys can also share your code there, but just write your thought that what do you think, what kind of functionality we can include into this to take into the production level. Okay, so we're going to do all of those things in the next part of this video. Okay, so I hope you have liked this video so far, and if you have any questions, any doubt, do leave in the comment section, and I do want you to think and come up with some ideas, think and come up some functionality which you can add. And so that's it in this video. Hope you have enjoyed it. I hope you have liked it. It took me around 1 week to complete this project for entire designing, for setting up the entire model. Okay, so do tell me what you guys think. Do you guys really enjoy this video? Then I will continue working on this project, otherwise I won't. Okay, so it's going to be on your feedback. So for the time being, that's it. Have a wonderful day.